She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Good morning, Quag Quag Wave Quag Chad.
Alright, gamers. Sorry about the wait. I have had a busy morning in terms of getting ready and stuff. Give me one more second. Look at this quag. Alright, it's a me. How we doing? I look as scruffy as I feel today. Ugh, whatever. That's my face. You guys know my face. Whatever. Okay. How's everyone doing? Hope you're having a wonderful weekend so far. I know it's only Saturday, but like, I hope it's good. It's beautiful outside today. I might force myself to go take a walk later, which I'm both looking forward to and dreading. I need to be more active again. Self-care, that kind of stuff. Good job getting those points in. We got Jester, we got Mahoney, Roddy, Pathy, good to see you, Pathy, Viper, Korlath, out of Tamales, Itsukado. And Itsukado with the 7 months. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And always a pleasure to have you. Thank you for the continued support. Means a lot. Jake agrees, right, Jake? Yeah, see, Jake agrees. We got Viking, Twisted Grin, Vaughn be the Maker for the first time. Didn't get anything good. You got the sense of accomplishment. That is the most valuable drop of all. But you did get something good. You got crystals. You get a lot of crystals from doing the aspect. So congrats. Now if you can get good at doing that, you will improve your crystal intake a lot, which means you'll get lots a year. The Maker DLC or side quest, it's hidden boss in the Chaos Chamber. What Viper said. How you doing, Control? Sora, not a Spee. Kitty. Shay, Higgy Brit, J-Bridge, Shard Attack, Rune, Twist. Okay, I hope you're all well. Let's just get some farming done. I have been enjoying Ghostblade a lot. Al, how are you? Points. I've been enjoying Ghostblade a lot, and I want to farm more with it. That's pretty much it. I tried out a couple of the gear pieces I've gotten over the last few days on other builds, and it works in progress. I'm just currently addicted to this. I just got to Chaos 26, nearly there, getting there. 26, 27, 28 is where I see people have the most trouble, so you get over that hurdle and you're good, you're golden. Oh, I did get an upgrade last night, chat. I finally got it. Primordial Shock Snake Stick with Ancient. Now, this kind of sucks. It's kind of bittersweet because I wanted Warrior more. Like, I wanted Ancient, and then the more I played, the more I just accepted the cooldown. And I'm like, well, I could have more damage. Let me get Warrior. And then I got Ancient instead, so now I'm just kind of like, oh, Okay. But it's still more useful than Echo, so still an upgrade. Let's do featured. Want to run Ghostblade build, don't have an armor for it. I'm not even hugely attached to my armor for it, Shay. So you got lots of options. The best thing you can do is get any armor that doesn't hurt you. So not a smart armor. That has Claw primary, Stavo secondary, because that rolls 3 good skills for Ghostblade. Or rather, 2 good skills for Ghostblade, I should say. Stavo power is important, which you could make an argument for Stavo power primary being more important than the skill rolls, but I find that I really like Awe for the other stuff happening in my gameplay. So I'm willing to accept having a little less Stavo power in exchange for getting more points in Oath of Thunder, and also more points in Awe. You have a link to this build wall? No, I haven't made videos or write-ups on any of my builds, Twist. I really should. It's something that's, like, in the back of my mind. And something like Ghostblade that's kind of, at least comparatively stable. Like, Ghostblade's unlikely to change in terms of function from what it is now. So, like, that's a safe thing for me to make coverage on. I might do it. We'll see. Cat losing his goddamn mind. I don't know if you guys heard that. Something what power percent does for classes, increase power skills. So each class has a couple things that are boosted by class power. It varies depending on the class. So for example, for Stavomancer power increases the damage of Ghostblade, the power of the class feat, that is the crit chance increase, and the duration of From the Shadows. That's the 3 things that Stavo power does. But it'll do different things on different classes. For example, on Berserker, it increases the damage of Blast Chill, it increases the bonus element of Enrage, it increases the damage of both the action skills. On Graveborn, it increases the damage of Dark Hydras, the damage and health of the Demi-Lich Companion, the bonus element of Reaper of Bones, the damage of Blast Gasp, and the damage of Dire Sacrifice. So Graveborn power is like, it affects a lot of the kit. You can contrast that with something like Spore Warden, where very few bits of Spore Warden are actually affected by class power. It's just the Mushroom and the action skills. Play the Angles is currently bugged, and class power doesn't affect it at all. So, yeah. And then there's Spell Shot, who's strong enough that you could just not have the class power and still be stronger than the other classes. Does something different for each class. You can see it if you open up skills, click hero stats, hover up here. Hovering over each class will tell you the appropriate one. Note that there's 2 skills in the game that are supposed to get class power that don't currently. That is the Clawbringer's Rebuke skill, which it wouldn't matter if it got class power, because it sucks. Yeah, Clawbringer's Rebuke, and Spore Wardens play the Angles. Saying this game has bugs. Hey Don, how you doing? Aurora, it's good to see you. Hope you're well. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? New Mexiban, good to see you. Man, I love this room. It's so fast. Makes me very happy. Continue Godfall, I'm gonna do Chaos Chambers. I played some Godfall last night. I've only got 2 more plates I need to exalt, I think. I have I still have to do Mobius and Armistice. I did all the other ones. Morbius, no, Mobius. Different thing. Similarly cursed, though. Literally cursed, in fact. Jake, why are you so loud today? What are you doing? Cat. Hi. It's addicted to Phoenix, Typhon, Mesa. You've always been addicted to Typhon. And you're right, Hinterclaw's banner thing is interesting. It's so awkward though, but it's interesting. My defense, Typhon's excellent. I mean, that's accurate. That's very true. Morning, Brendan. How you doing? Ghostblade stand since launch these last few weeks. Been a lot of fun and big thanks to you. Hey, I'm happy to help you live out your dream. I underestimated Ghostblade for a while. I admit that I was wrong. Ghostblade just requires a build and it's neuron activation. It's so fun. Something I need to do to be more optimal for crystals on this map is I do need to go hit that quartz first before I start doing the bonus. Because quartz elites give crystals as well, so like I should do that. It'll only make a difference of like 200 crystals, but something. Now it's the other cat. I don't know what's wrong with them. Stopping by before heading out for karaoke. Ah, it sounds cool, right? You have a good time. Have fun, be safe, all that stuff. Yeah, they're on some shit today. They're on their villain arc. Werefloofs. Hey, loading. How you doing? Cats screaming at me if I don't feed them an hour before the regular scheduled breakfast. I checked their food just before I went live, and there's enough food in there that I don't think they'd scream at me. Nasty Spill or out, damn dot. I can still take Nasty Spill. We're a Sunday stream. Rabbit, it's Saturday. A rapid fire. Feed our cat, he'll eat, there's a tiny circle at the bottom of his dish exposed and scream bloody murder, his bowl is empty, never mind the 3/4 are serving around the outside of the dish. Sounds about right. Hey Kitten's Mom, how you doing? Thought it was Sunday all along? I'm sure you did. I believe you. If it makes you feel better, you saying that put me in enough doubt that I tabbed out to check. Goddamn nasty spill. It's gonna literally be the death of me. Fucking anarchy. Last pizza I ate tasted less... lasted. I thought you were expressing taste in increments of time, which is on brand for you, so I wasn't that surprised. Then I had to reread. Word ban on that word. Alright, 10 minutes, I can't say that. Cook that steak I left to salt age for 3 months last night. You say things that upset me. Where'd the fucking thing go? Imagine describing time in units of flavor. It sounds feasible. Kevin. Just checking. Today's just spicying by. Yesterday was cheesy, kind of like. I'm for it. I'm down to do this, down to use this new system. Pizza tasted more than the entire Victorian era. True. Got a meeting today at Savory 30? Yes. I didn't mean to get hit there. Kind of embarrassing. Slow kill because I lost my full HP. Tastes a lot like rotten lasagna. That doesn't sound good. How's your day going today? It's like slightly old coffee. Old enough coffee that you know that it's old and that you're kind of like, eh, but not so old that you can't just drink it anyway. Gotta get ready for my haircut. It's Scrumptious45. They're really time for a haircut. Hopefully back before stream ends. Sounds good, Jester. See you then. Tea or coffee? I'm more of a coffee person. But I like tea as well. I'll drink cold tea and hot coffee. Like, in the same sitting. I should get up and eat breakfast. Is it eggs and bacon o'clock? I think it might be. I think it might be. Yeah, that ancient hilt is so nice. Like, I don't normally have my Ghost Blade back here yet. But, here we are. Oh, you flew over there, Gloop? That's cool, too. Just ignoring your own mechanics. That's fun. Good for you. Proud of you, I guess. Can I get to this before that hits me in the back? No, I hear it. I can't. I can hear it. I can hear it. Ah! Oh shit, I made it. Drop something. I can't get over to that. Oh, Spellblade, I don't care. Do that shit to me, Bunny. Fine. Fine, do that shit to me. You know what? Fuck you. I'll wait out your phase anyway. I didn't feel like dealing with that whole song and dance, so tactical death, and then I'm just gonna wait out the sandstorm. A lot more ammo for Bark and Maker anyway, so. Investing in movement speed to outrun the boot balls? Yes. I do want more movement speed. I would like to have an armor with movement speed, maybe instead of that missing health regen. Hey Varashi, how you doing? Quag Chad to you as well. Hope you're having a nice Quag Chad on this Quag Chad day. Got a couple saves to attempt single class stuff. Wise Claw, the only one that has a point left over. Is it really only Claw? I know Berserker has exactly enough. How many do each of the others have? I counted a while ago, but I forgot. Because Berserker was, like, the true Chad. How you doing this morning? Doing okay, Rose. How are you? tired, stayed up till 3 in the morning playing Dead by Daylight. It do be like that. I hope you had a good time. Oh, I missed. Anarchy. I'll blame Anarchy, not my aim. Oh yeah, if you're curious about the opening melee builds for meleeing Bark, if you duck the swipe instead of shooting the weak spot, you can just bonk him in the face like 4 times. No ammo? Okay. Oh, there's a little ammo. Take it. I never switched my weapon back. That's why that's not doing damage. I was like, I should have had a lot more than that. Still, that's more proof of the power of element matching, I suppose. Poison looks a lot more sad there than Lightning does. There we go. Happy a snake stick? Yeah. What does Caustic do? It increases the chance of you applying a status effect, and also increases the damage of all your status effects. Sabo Burr, Chaotic, melee crit chance. Yeah, it's worth picking up. I can test that out. Skeep. Got a Primordial Cryo Spellbladed Echo today. This is my Goblin Pickaxe. Pickaxe is great. 24 minutes, 23k crystals. Not bad at all. It was a little time inefficient there because Nullify on Raid Boss is kind of ass. Yeah, 24 minutes for 23k. It's pretty good. Yeah, let's roll armor. I have a lot of armor goals. Is the Echo modifier on melee weapons good for contagion builds? It can be, but generally Caustic is better for a contagion focus, because it gives consistency and damage. We're going to be at these monies for a while today. How you doing, cat? Speed of Contagion, is it satisfied chance you want to get over 100? It's damage. It's damage. Reason being, Contagion, the new dot applied by Contagion is 50% of the previous dot. But that new dot does get status effect damage calculated again in its formula. Meaning, if you have 100%, what'll happen is it gets divided by 2 and then multiplied by 2. So it remains even. Now, having above 100% means that it will get more powerful with each subsequent contagion trigger. That is what allows the chains to happen and the damage to grow exponentially. Primordial Snake Stick with Caustic will work well. Yeah, it'll work very, very well. Caustic is another one that I would have accepted for this. Caustic, Ancient, or Warrior are what I would like on this. I happen to have Ancient, which helps my Ghostblade downtime a lot, so that's nice. But Caustic or Warrior would be doing more for my peak damage. Alright, let's see what we got so far. Stabo Burr, but it's a smart armor. No, thank you. Claw Stabo with no points and awe? That's just tragic. 3 Nimble Fingers. How much is 6 out of 3 Nimble Fingers? That's like a decent amount of spell damage, actually. Like 48% spell damage, 36% fire rate for basically no condition. That's like not bad. Good enough for me to pick up. Here's another one. A Stormclaw with no awe. That's so awkward. Warp Paradigm. Spell and melee increased by ability. No. Calamity with gun damage, all damage, and 2 in magic bullets. That's interesting. This Calamity's trying as well, but not hard enough for me to pick it up. Back? Welcome back, Sora. Amnesia with 2 in Ascension, 3 in Mortal Vessel. The passes aren't trying hard enough, although it has ward capacity. Now that I think about it. You could use this for Dire Sacrifice as well. Because the health reduction of Dire Sacrifice does trigger Amnesia's effect. So you'll have that. Ward capacity on a Bereaver equals more health for Dire Sac fueling. And it's worth picking up. I need to stop talking myself into taking these questionable armors. Wow. Wow. That is a significant amount of damage. Yeah, I'll pick that up. Already added inventory slots. C28, drill, wish me luck. Good luck, Shay. You got this. Pog? Pog indeed. Hey, Vocal, how you doing? Yeah, I'm gonna force myself to go to the store today, chat. After stream. I need to be more physically active to help stave off some of the symptoms of chronic stuff that I've got going on. And also, I want to get something nice to, like, eat and drink today. I'm thinking I'd grab some tequila. What do you guys think about brats? I feel like grilling. What am I gonna grill? Treat myself? I should. Try not to melt in this heel doing math homework. How are things here? Things are good. We just got some pretty crazy armors that I want to try out. Primordial with some good companion-oriented stuff. So that's promising. Ran out of inventory slots already, so I should throw some stuff in my bank and fix that. Hey Kirk, how you doing? Had a barbecue yesterday. We had chicken skewers and grilled steaks and sausages. It was good. That sounds good. That sounds good. I'm still hitting that pistol bunny for decent butter booms, and I still want that primordial ×2 liquid cooling. It's still not happened for me yet. This is close to V-Melee Scalawag, but 2 parts off. Yeah, I forgot I threw away my other Melee Scalawag I got, because it was non-chaos tiered, but it did have the crit damage part. So I could actually have a better DPS option for this stat stick. I just forgot. Okay, 25 melee with melee crossbolts, but ×1, and non-Ellie. Filet mignon? I ain't made a money rager. I ain't made a money. Brats, get cheap beer, head of garlic and an onion, boil those things together for 20 minutes or so, then boil the brats and the results so the color is mostly changed and grilled to perfection. That sounds good. Can you post that in the food channel and Discord control and tag me so I don't forget? So, 1 second, chat. I need to blow my fucking nose. Hang on. Alright, we're good. Allergies, as you can see, are really kicking my ass today. Not too happy about it. Send me that Kleenex when you're done. Oh, excuse me, sir? Sir? Still slots in your bank? Every few days I'll sort some vocal. It doesn't last long, but yeah. Let's do one without Nullify, see how that feels. so many kills just from redirecting Ghostblade. I fucking love this action skill so much. It's so goddamn cool. I should hit the quartz up here for that room, honestly. Neglected to do that. Troll about to clone Quag. It sounds like it, Rune. Give me a quick fun suggestion for a second class, Graveborn being primary. Berserker pairs well with Graveborn. They do a lot of stuff well together. Okay, Ghostblade doesn't hit that. I feel cheated. Only getting the regular amount of crystals from the skulls. That probably deserves some testing. It's entirely possible that, one or more parts of that didn't work. That is a good thing to note. Spell Shot's also good. Yeah. Spell Shot Graveborn is a very popular combo, as Panda said. Why are you coming from that side? You never do that. Stop making choices. The good old down me and fucking teleport away. That's clutch. Don't you hit me. Spell Shot's very good with Grave. Yeah, it is. It's kind of silly. But yeah. Because you got all the spellcasting stuff on Spell Shot, some supplementary spellcasting stuff on Grave, and they just complement each other very, very well. Morning, Peace Knees. How you doing? Reckless Monster, good to see you. I also wish we could use skills while down. I wish we'd had expanded access to that, Panda. So, for example, like, you can control Ghostblade while you're down, which is pretty cool. And you can cast spells while down, which does mean that Ambihextrous is the only action skill you can activate while down. You can control Ghostblade while down. You could use Ambihextrous while down because it's a spell. Those are the only ones. Because Blizzard ends when you go down. And all the other ones are either modes that end with your health emptying or single activation stuffs. Don't know about Ghostblade. Yeah, you can't start it while you're down, but it'll stay out while you're down. So That's nice. So if you're playing a Ghostblade build and you know you're about to go down and you have it available, no reason not to just pop it, because it can help you get back up. Found a volatile Stoker pistol with 717 base damage, now intrigued in getting good parts Stoker pistols. Is it one of the double barrel ones, Sora? Because I think those might have pretty good DPS. Like, there's a lot of fire rate when you get the double barrel. Like, a lot. No, I didn't think that Snake Stick would take care of him. Cool. Good job, me. Good job, Snake Stick, I guess. What intrigues me? Double barrel, moving a good weapon? Yeah. Part variance moment, I suppose. Yeah, I'm curious what the max damage for a double barrel one looks like. Because you've got element flexibility, fast projectiles. The reload speed kind of sucks, but very good fire rate. I'm unsure if you can get a crit part there. It's definitely worth thinking about. You guys heard the Avatar confirmed the 3 Avatar-related movies are in production? Yeah, I didn't know which one you meant either, Reckless. But I did see that. Yeah, and their schedule goes all the way out to 2026? That's a bit ambitious. I did see that, though. I think people would be excited about a Korra movie, but, like, I also don't think people are gonna want to wait that long. Maybe they wanted to announce the Korra thing in Pride Month. That could be it, actually. That would make a lot of sense. Morning, Stacy. How you doing? Good to see you. Love the anime Avatar. Uncle Arrow is one of my favorite characters of all time. Yeah. He's cool. He's cool, dude. How's the stream going? It's going well, except for me jumping into coil that make me clench really hard. It's going well. Doing a lot of crystal farming. Got some interesting armor rolls already. This event has already gotten me a couple of interesting pieces of gear that I want to build around. So I'm trying to keep that momentum up and get as much farming done as I can, while also getting some good gameplay, because this is a good featured run for not only profit in terms of loot, but good gameplay, good enemy types, good boss, nice and bite-sized, like I can just kind of turn my brain off and do the thing, so I'm a fan of that. I guess I didn't take Nullify last run. What was up with my damage then? Gotta figure that out. Oh, the extra crystals, it's awesome. Yeah, if you play in co-op, I'm pretty sure you can comfortably hit that crystal cap like every run. If you're leading the rooms and taking curses and stuff, which is awesome time to play co-op. Because co-op also gets higher enemy density, right? so you get even more returns from eluding. Then you have the whole shared crystals thing until the end where it splits. You could just all pool your resources. Yeah, co-op farming. Good week for that. Good enemy types. Cough, 2 coiled rooms. I mean, coiled are better to have than blimps. Or things that hide from you. Watching my laptop for the first time, notices recommended channels on the side. Why is the top suggestion a Hot Tub stream when I've only ever watched Quag on Twitch? They know exactly what I'm about, Kite Highland. I don't know what to tell you. But recommended channels on Twitch is fucking weird. It doesn't actually seem to reflect your interests at all. The part that does seem a little more accurate is, like, the viewers of X channel also watch Y channel. That tends to be pretty spot on, from what I've seen. Well, like, yeah. Oh no, barrel, barrel, barrel. I ran like a coward. Put this one up here. Oh, you came up. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, Rabbit, you might be one of the only people on the planet excited for the blue people avatar stuff. It's just like, such a meme. It was cool technology showcase stuff in 2009, and then it somehow made, like, more money than the concept of money has ever made. And I couldn't tell you the name of more than 2 characters. I legit couldn't. I've forgotten this movie is. I'm still amazed it took Avengers Endgame to top it. Yeah. Like, it made a ridiculous amount of money in theaters fucking 13 years ago. That's crazy. There on Pandora, that's all I remember, because stole from Borderlands 3. Didn't that come out the same year as Borderlands? That's funny. Yeah, 2009. Yeah, that is funny. The resource they're trying to get is called unobtainium. Yeah, I still can't get over that shit. That's what you call phoning it in. Morning, Urban Mac. How you doing? And then they re-released and took the top spot again. Yeah. Saw a trailer for sequel, just looks like personal world building project mixed with a game engine test showcase. Good assessment, Emily, I agree. Okay, it's finally Saturday. The time passed in a weird way for me this week. I don't know what kind of day it feels like, but it doesn't feel like Saturday to me. Oh, I forgot I had roguelite. I never died in the Gloopa fight. That's embarrassing. I wasn't paying attention. Time was unpalatable this week. I agree. Some might say it's Sunday. Yeah, Gloop, you won one, okay? Proud of you. Good job. Let me run faster. How did I not hit it? That's... If you can actually physically connect with the weak spot with a melee weapon, it does so much damage. But I somehow kept missing. Like, I was hitting the boss, but wasn't hitting the weak spot. So frustrating. Where are you? You're over there. Quag sword aim? Apparently. Apparently. Usually attribute my builds not being quite as effective as Quags due to not seeing nearly as many drops to get the optimal gear. Yeah, I throw more hours at the wall, as Urban Meg said. I just play a lot, so I get more frequent drops. Now, my gear is still not anywhere near perfect. Like, this could be primordial, the rolls could arguably be better here. Like, status damage would do more for me, double status damage, than having all damage status damage. I'm still not convinced that this is my best option here for this armor. Also, I'd like it to be higher than Chaotic because I'm missing out on a lot of stab up power. Body Rune has been an experiment. These rings, obviously room for upgrades here. This one's only Chaotic. This one has a condition that could be better. Like a championship ring here would probably be better. I only just got this snake stick upgrade last night. If this was fire, that'd be better. Yeah, there's room for upgrades. How much playtime do you have currently? Let's see. Epic Game Store Launcher says 41 days, 51 minutes, and 46 seconds. No, that's true. You just have streamer luck. Understandable. Understandable. That was a better ratio. 21 minutes for 22k. Ah, so rookie numbers. Yeah, Civil. Just getting started. Just getting started. I forgot to check the vendor on the last run. I am looking out for good trick mirrors. On a volatile Hyperion shield with 3 absorption parts. Interesting. What's the absorb value on that Sora? Is it 40%? Switch from Bad Egg to Body Rune help with drill massively. That's interesting, Shay. For me, I switched the other way on a problematic drill I had on this build. I switched from Body Rune to Bad Egg, and it worked out favorably. Closing in on the first 1k hours. Yeah, I am. Let's actually do that math. Yeah, I have 986 hours on Retail Wonderlands right now. 986. Now, that does include my pre-release time, which is another about 100 hours. So, yay. I broke 1,000 on Wonderlands. Body Runes seem to have found their way into every build of mine. I wanted this build for a long time to not be a Body Rune build, Kite Island, but like, eventually, as I started pushing the difficulty more, it was like, okay, so this condition is easier to meet, still gives me extra damage, and also heals me. The healing is a real big part. Hard not to use a Body Rune. Yeah, no other wards heal you like it does. There's some that attempt the process, like a Bronco Buster does give you some pretty good healing over time. Same with Revotes. It's not as good as Bronco, but it does. But like, Body Rune doesn't require your ward to be full. It just needs you to kill, which is something you're always going to be doing in gameplay. Move off a Bad Egg. Yeah, gameplay today has been this Body Rune Viper. Body Rune with Vibing Enchant, the conditional damage while health is full. Because I don't have another way of applying conditional to Ghostblade right now. And this applies conditional to Ghostblade. Having this enchant active with Bad Egg at the same time is like not gonna happen. Realistically. So effectively, this currently for me is a 25 fresh mult while my health is full. Already getting close to Bad Egg territory. And I get the Body Rune bonus element of 20% on all of my damage. And it helps my gun out more. And it heals me. It's real close in performance. Just easier to use. Does the body rune also give unlisted gun damage? First I'm hearing of it. The body rune does have an unlisted effect where it has the spirit rune bonus shock to existing shock damage while standing still. It has that. And that actually helps my build a lot, because if I stand still, then my Ghostblade gets that bonus, my Snake Sticks get that bonus. Hey Sinju, how you doing? Doing good, you? Could be worse. Could always be worse, you know? Ooh, this is interesting. 3 Cold Snap on a Frost Diamond Gauntlets with ability damage. I want to do Feral Surge stuff with that, so picking that up. Morning, Sen. How are you? Plate Mail. It's a bit confused about what it's doing. Deathless is trying. The Azric Mail with melee crit chance. Stabo Power primary. The skills suck, but most Stabo primary armors do. Spell damage, spell crit chance, amnesia with a point and double knot. That's scary enough that I'm not gonna pick it up. Like, is there a Stabo primary combo other than Stabo Claw that actually has good skills? Like, Stabo Claw has Exploit Their Weakness, Potent Poisons, and Dragon Aura, which is sick. But, like, are all the Stabo primaries just bad? Magic Bullets. Stabo spell is Magic Bullets. We got that one, too. That's a Contagion armor. Grave Stabo, 3 in Contagion. Fire rate, move speed, all damage. Well, I gotta pick that up. It's not an upgrade for any of my setups, but that's too good to leave on the ground. Stabo Burr has haste and cold snap. That's one I was thinking about, but like... I guess that's a good. Speaking in a general sense, that's good. Maybe not for this build, but I'm sure I'll call it good. Like, I want to try out 6 out of 3 haste Ghostblade on this, because Stabo primary is more Ghostblade damage, and then obviously the haste makes Ghostblade tick faster. But the more I think about it, the more I'm like, losing just Oath of Thunder, fine. Losing just Awe, fine. Losing Oath of Thunder and Awe, you know, it's like, Companions are destroying everything this playthrough is pretty funny. Hey, I'm glad it's going well, Thermal. I missed an alert, apparently. Thank you for the $6.90, like 40 minutes ago. Anonymous. I didn't get the sound alert. I guess I gotta turn that up on my end. I don't know if you guys heard it, but I didn't. So, thank you for that. Need to clean up my bank. Me too, Urban Mech. I gotta spend an afternoon just doing that and like actually sort my mules well. but that's such a time commitment. Hey, Pup T, how are you today? I still have not seen a fire Ludite that's ×3 with damage crossbolts above chaotic in all my time with this game. Okay, thanks. How are you? Here's a reminder. Thank you. I already did it, but thank you. I appreciate it. I'm doing okay. I'm gonna try to walk later. It's gonna suck, but I'm gonna try to take a walk. Gonna be going pistol, crazy, looking for hiders and guns with wings and spells too. Yeah. It's a good week to farm for those upgrades, Thermal. Honestly, maybe consider putting the playthrough on hold if you think it's going to take you a while to get to a point where you can take advantage of the event, because if you can farm that pistol money for this new build you're doing on an existing build, take advantage of these crystals. Like, this is the week to do that. Game drops too much loot though. Yeah, nerf everything. Sounds nice. At the very least, enjoy the views around you. Fun, nice things to walk to and enjoy. I hope it goes well. Yeah, thank you. Loot goblin. That's why the spawns are weird. I kind of wish that loot enemies didn't pop up in the Chaos Chamber. Because, like, we never had to deal with those in Borderlands 3 endgame. Because they didn't spawn in takedowns. Or Circles of Slaughter. So, like, you didn't have one of those just running around disrupting your entire fucking flow. I kind of miss that. Because I'm on a melee build, so I can still kill them. But it's very inconvenient because they disrupt spawn patterns, and they are evasive. I had 4 rockets and then 20 in reserve. Love to see it. My inventory's a gamer. Just came back to the game after a month because of burnout. Any significant builds or stuff I missed? I mean, the game gets updated every week, so yes. Yes, too much to list. Basically, lots of bug fixes, lots of balancing. A DLC dropped while you were gone. We're expecting another one next week. Expecting. We'll have to see. Sawmill was tragically murdered. No, sorry, Fire Friend. I was too angry about the sawmill. Did I hit this one? I did. Okay. I don't know if it'll be 40 here in a few days, but I'm off Monday, so that helps. That does help. Nerf Superior Chucks? No. The Pixie cap went up from 3 to 15. I wish that was a shitpost. Any buffs to ARs? Not yet, Pericles, but I'm hopeful. I am hopeful. What the fuck? Yeah, Flying Companion cap was changed from Pixies having their own, Plasfeet Companions having their own, and then Shrikes having their own, to now you can have a total of 15 things that fly following you. This cap is shared across your Demi-Lich, your Wyvern, your Shrikes, and your Pixies. So you could have, let's say you're a Deadshot, you could have 14 Pixies, because your Lich eats one of those slots, but you could have 14. Now you need enough reload speed to actually pull that off, but yeah, it's a thing you can do. It's dumb. Also, Pixies now stack Faithful Thralls, whereas they didn't before. That one's a bug fix, but still, like, it's a thing. Recipe deployed. Enjoy mixing onion and garlic with beer. I'm actually really looking forward to that. Control. That sounds really good. Alright, might die here. It's too aggressive. Oh, never mind. Body rune healed. It is Giga Chad shit. Any builds think I should try that aren't Pixies up for anything? I'm playing a Ghostblade setup right now, I'm in, and I highly recommend Ghostblade. It's really fun to build around, because it's very interactive. You're juggling a lot of things at once. It's pretty friendly in terms of gearing up towards it. Like, you don't need anything specific. There's lots of options to get to the gameplay that I'm doing right now. But it's extremely powerful at bossing. It feels earned, though, unlike something like Pixies. Highly recommend a Ghostblade setup if you've not tried that. Tonight it's Tikka Masala. Ooh, that sounds amazing. Quartz. No, go away. Oh. Greed. Currently getting through Waster's first 2 health bars and 2 Ghost Blades. What element? And what gun are you using? I'm a Lamb Vindaloo kind of guy. Love Varianian Lamcorn as well. I don't know 2 of those 3 things. And I like trying new things. Fill me in, Thermal. Vindaloo's amazing. That's the one I know. I don't know the other ones. Giving 12-minute non-elite features. Lightning Element, Chaotic Snakestick, Fire Scalawag. Ghostblade Enchant, Fortifying Sigil. I hope. Or I suppose you could use Ghostblade Enchant Tiebreaker as well, would be another good option. Oh, Viper, do you have any melee crit damage rings? Don't know, Ghostblade Enchant? Ah, yeah, that'll be the next big thing for you. Because, yeah, getting melee crit damage in your setup boosts it a lot. In fact, it's good enough that I stopped using Sharksbane to use melee crit damage here instead. Like, I don't use a Sharksbane anymore. Obviously, if I got a Sharksbane with melee crit damage, cool. But, nope. That's not happened. Those things are chaotic. Melee damage, melee crit chance, melee crit damage, duration, melee damage, duration, pistol mag. Okay, good rings. Good rings. Then Vindaloo super spicy, very honest rice dish that's very fragrant and aromatic. Lamb korma on the sweeter side, it's creamy, a lot of flavor. Also love Peshwari naan, there's raisins and coconut inside. Ooh, I like naan. That all sounds delicious. Pizza place across from job I had years ago. Got to recreate the pizza they had there. It's a crust with truffle paste, tons of porcini mushrooms, caramelized onions, and feta cheese. It was so good. Ooh. I'm not a huge feta cheese guy, honestly, but I could be persuaded. Armor's currently volatile purple to awe, melee damage, and melee crit. How's your all damage stat? How's that doing? I'm dead. Fortifying Sigil goated. My health was under 100 for a moment. Not either, except on this pizza. It offset the sweetness of the onion to perfection. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Context matters. All damage S20 on melee, and that's it. Ah, that's probably a big part of where you're losing out. Amulet's volatile, lightning stab with reload status damage, so hard to beat. True. You have a vibing body rune, you said, so you got that covered. Until you can get Ghostblade enchant, you can run spellcast damage dealt here. Yeah, you have the same enchant on melee weapon. Yeah, so maybe spellcast damage dealt here if you're not running that already. I don't know what jump I was trying to do there. What chance on your gun? Spellcast melee. I did not have all damage because my amulet's only at max size class modes don't have all damage. Yeah, it's a tough stat to corner on certain multi-class combos. Stabomancer gets very tiny amounts of it in the skill tree. Graveborn gets the most in skill tree. The rest of the classes don't get it at all, actually. So it's one of the harder stats to actually come by without gearing for. The biggest sources of it in the game are Faithful Thralls and Selective Amnesia. So if you're not running one of those, then you won't have it in huge quantities. But that's still not enough to make the Stabomancer versions of it, like, desirable, sadly. He was able to take a step. I feel like I failed. Mini-event makes it so evident that we should be able to feed the bunnies 1k to 2k crystals at a time. Hopefully that's a change we get at some point, Brendan. I agree. Dire Sacrifice is fun during playthroughs. Like, I'm straight deleting things. This is pretty fun. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that as well. Technically speaking, Spore has Intrigue, Global, Medicinal Mushroom, gives 15% after getting res. Yeah. Sure, Sen. Sure. How'd that happen? Ah, I didn't have my sigil up. Shroomancer got me. Oh well. Going to the shop. Okay, Rapid, be safe and stuff. Finally gonna play with Shroomy Booty again, get that sweet revive. My Dreadwind setup runs Spore Ward mostly for that, honestly. No more joke banning. No non-serious bans at all. Time people out. Cause Twitch is fucking buggy as shit. I had to change an email address because they somehow did a fucky-wucky. After an accidental ban. My account got unbanned, but then my phone didn't. So then unban and reban, and then unban again, and my phone got unbanned, but my email address didn't. So I had to change my email address. And no, I do not have multiple Twitch accounts. Go with that. How many people can say they accidentally forced Quack to change his email? It's fine, it's just changed from like a personal one I've had for a while to like my actual business one now. So like, whatever, but don't make me do it again. Business Quack. Standing in nasty spill. I was like, why am I dying? That would explain that. Minute ahead, but not a good one. Ugh. I'm dying to these raid bosses. This is so messy. I have one life left, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just not playing well in this run. Proof that all elite difficulty does catch up with you. I'm not making good choices in my gameplay. Why can't a Melba be located like this? In a way you can actually, you know, melee. Like, they accounted for melee builds with the Maker. not Imelda. Very weird. So she's mean? That's fair. Have to go to the store, be back in an hour. Sounds good, Thermal. See you then. Ragnarok? Oh boy. Bit of a weak run on my part there, but still broke the threshold I like to break. Getting more than 1,000 crystals a minute is a good place to be. That's Madazar. How you doing? When I search for Wonderlands videos, seem to be flooded with a game at bad state vids. You on the same impression? No, not at all. Huh. If it had melee crit chance, I'd be super excited about this, but that's worth picking up. No, I'm not on the same page with that at all. I don't really have a other way of saying it. I think the game is fun. I like endgame. I like build crafting. I love the Chaos Chamber. I'm having a good time. There's some legitimate things to be concerned about, like, you know, boss design in the DLC content has not been lovely. There's some balancing things that I'd like to see looked at, but other than that, like, I like the game. I think it's fun. And I think that a lot of the criticism comes from A, people hating on the newest thing because it's trendy to do so, and B, nostalgia gamers not liking things being done in new styles. Simple as that. Oh, my bitrate dropped to 0 for a second there. OBS, you good? Old game blinders? Yeah. Much like Quag's body rune, simply just vibing. People are gonna forever be mad we weren't getting big story DLC in traditional farming. Traditional farming's still here, though. It's just, there's an alternative. And people got their wish of, oh man, I wish there were less drops. They're like, okay, here's less drops. Oh no, dedicated farming sucks now. Well, you literally asked for this, so go away. Go away. One of us just different than we're used to in previous games. Fanboys didn't like it and got negative about it, even though the content's actually good. Yeah. Stop playing this game, went back to BL2 and 3. What problems does this game have? Those that don't. This game's only been out for 3 months. That's what it is, Thermal. That is entirely what it is. I guarantee they will change their tunes on it. In one of two configurations. A, either after updates slow down for the game, or B, never. Depending on the individual in that case. There's some people whose playbook was always going to be a hate on the game after they felt like they couldn't get any more milk from it, from the release numbers. Some people had that playbook. Others, just, it didn't turn out being what they wanted it to be. And that's okay. Not everything is for everyone. But, this wave you see, Smadazra, of negativity is primarily spearheaded by a couple of people who are unpleasable. And then that cascades downwards and colors people's opinions. Plenty of problems. People want to act like this game's somehow just worse. Yeah. Hope you're staying cool. Doing my best, Atris. Doing my best. Glares at OP levels. Yep, great example. Great example. Chaos levels are just a combination of OP levels and Mayhem levels, but, like, perfected. Like, with the flaws gone. Doesn't get enough credit for what it is. The only flaw I can think of with Chaos levels is that, gear passives on, like, armor and rings a little too strong, maybe, at high Chaos tiers. But other than that, like, you don't have the issue of your gear being invalidated by a future difficulty coming out. You don't have the issue of enforced, you know, refarm of the same content every difficulty level. Like, you don't have the HP bloat of Mayhem to the point where scaling things up based on your Mayhem level became necessary. Let's not forget Slag. Oh, how could you? How you doing, fan? Tend to agree with you. Since BO3, that's why I'm curious on your take. Yeah, I do have things that I would like to see changed about this game, but nothing in the department of this game is systematically terrible, like how people are saying. Like, no. But keep in mind, I approach these things from the angle of a an endgame focused player and theory crafter and ideal in data and, you know, facts, which puts me in opposition to these people a lot of the time. This is trying. Not hard enough, though. OP levels are great, though. That's why there's 25 mods out there to put it back to 8. It's always amusing when I hear someone talk about how great that game is, and then in the next breath they'll be like, oh yeah, but I'm not going to play this, or this from this game. Like, what are you going to do then? There's never an answer. Other than, I'm going to do a playthrough. Like, okay, but what else? See, I don't give half a shit about playthroughs. I like this. I like doing a long chunk of gameplay and then sorting through a pile of loot and figuring out what I can build. Like, this armor is trying very hard. Scarlet Claw, area damage, melee damage. What can I do with this? Did Peak and a mod for Circle Slaughter. That was it? Yeah. I did Peak, and every once in a while when I felt nasty, I went and fought Hyperius, Hatterax, or Vora, because those were the only good boss fights in that game. So another step forward that Wonderlands took, in my opinion, is the boss design is actually awesome, with the exception of Imelda and Chumps. Chums just doesn't have HP, and Imelda is awful. Just Badassosaurus Rex tier awful. Like, throw it in the trash can, scrap Imelda completely. Imelda sucks. I'm curious. I'm gonna do a no elites run. Let me do no elites, no curses, and see how fast this goes. BL3 is more worried about dying to getting knocked off the platform than actual boss. Yeah, right. No enemies in BL3 actually threatened you, except for Maliwan Bridge and standing in stupid during the Anathema fight. That's it. At no other time were you ever in danger. In this game, enemies hurt. And bosses have actual mechanics you need to engage with. I like that a lot. Paradigm Spellblade Hammer build's not getting through C25. You think going down the soak mechanic will help with the hammer? Lightning soak. It'll help you a bit. It'll help you a bit. Storm Dragon's Judgment damage is one of those things that kind of above C20 has been a little more lackluster. If you're doing a melee action skill, I would highly recommend shifting towards Ghostblade or Dreadwind, in particular Ghostblade, because allows you to multitask. Like, your Ghost Blade can be on a target while you're doing something else. It can also interact with ranged enemies, and you don't have to deal with all the downsides of Dreadwind. I'd recommend Ghost Blade if you're looking for a melee action skill. Storm Dragon's Judgment is kind of just utility above C20. It feels so satisfying. It does. I love that action skill. You can't really justify it for damage as much anymore. I like to be able to fight for your life is scary. It's scary in this game too, as long as you're not a berserker. Looking to finally do a Clawbringer character build. Second class, you say the best. Depends on what kind of flavor you're going for, Mike. If you're looking to do melee stuff with Clawbringer, highly recommend Stabomancer, because you have Ghost Blade. And then you have Swing Speed from Haste. You have Alchemical Agent. Yeah, these two classes complement each other very well. If you're doing gun stuff, then I'd recommend Berserker or Spellshot. Obviously, if you're doing spells, I recommend Spellshot as well. But yeah, if I had to pick one, I'd say Stabomancer. Let my Thor build until C20, then I got sad. Yeah, it just kind of doesn't hold up well with the HP after that, in my experience. It peeps the gearbox, you hit up to buff hammer for me. I could toss some feedback their way. Yeah. I've been thinking about doing a write-up of balancing concerns and passing it along. I'll probably do that. Just wondering if you can help me get followers. Okay, here's the best thing you can do for that Xbox Legend. Don't do that. Like, going in people's chats and asking for follows is the best way to make sure that people will actively avoid you. Like, I'm gonna be nice and just explain this to you, but there is a reason why this kind of thing's looked down on Twitch. It just kind of makes you look not good. So, I don't care that much. Honest mistake, probably, maybe. But I can tell you that people in this chat are not going to fall over themselves to follow you if you go around and do stuff like that. So, I would not do that. If you're looking for a way to grow faster on Twitch, I would recommend making friends. Don't lead with the fact or even mention the fact that you are looking to grow follower-wise. Just become a part of a community. You know, introduce yourself, say hi, talk about the game. Like, that's how I got my start. I was a regular chatter in a couple channels for months, and then eventually I decided I wanted to start streaming. And because I'd already made friends with people, they went out of their way to help me, rather than me begging, if that makes sense. I know that's probably a little more wordy than you were looking for, but that is my genuine advice. Yeah, you're welcome. I hope you're having a good day as well. Okay, let's do, I'm gonna do no elites and see how this goes. Because I want to watch the Maker melt. And I want to see if we can get that, that bunny kill before the health bar pops up. Because I think that'd be silly. Streaming is such an RNG with algorithms, and people like you at all should never start with the mindset of want to be rich off it. Right. Like, there's people who've been putting in more work than I have, been streaming years longer than I have, who just simply were not in the right place at the right time. A lot of it is luck-based. I happen to create a name for myself in a not overly large directory, that being Borderlands 3. And I was in the right place at the right time. There's people started around the same time I did who never picked up the same level of steam, and I'm grateful for that. That I was a lucky one. Not everyone is. Growing as a creator is super difficult. It's probably easier over on the YouTube side, in all honesty, but that's just not content that I enjoy making. What does Stab Power increase benefit again? To Shadow's duration. It also increases the power of the class feat, so that is just a global crit chance increase. It's not a large increase, but it's something. And it increases the base damage of Ghostblade. So for my current build, Stab Power is actually a really big deal, because Ghostblade. A good thing to keep in mind is because Stab Power is a global crit chance increase, this also applies to dots, which it's kind of difficult to get dot crit chance increases, so it helps out dot builds a lot. Lich's Augur or Body Rune for Chillmonger? It's a tough choice to make. Body Rune's heal is just so good, and it helps you out with elemental issues as well. Lich's Augur is just going to be good damage, but a bit more conditional. I would say whichever one you get the enchant you're going for first. That would be my recommendation. I can't really call one directly better than the other. Primordial Rebuking Sigil with a cooldown part. Sure. It's vaguely interesting. Quags Beanies at the after stream start increase streamer luck for 4 hours enchant. It's true. Which Borderlands did you like? You only pick one? I started with the first game, but the one that I really fell in love with was BL3. I put over 6,000 hours into Borderlands 3 before Wonderlands came out. So BL3 is my one true. Which class complement each other? There's a lot of answers to that question, Red Hog Gaming. I personally feel like Stabomancer and Clawbringer is a really good synergistic combo. Spellshock Graveborn is another very popular one. Berserker Clawbringer is another really good one. There's some classes that just feel right together. There's some you have to kind of crowbar a little bit more. Like, for example, I'd say Claw Spore is more of an awkward one. The trees don't really complement each other that well. It'll still work, it's absolutely still viable, it's just a lot more gear dependent and limited in where you're going to get your power playstyle wise. Burn anything is good? True. Yeah, Berserker is just kind of built in a way that makes it very complementary to anything else. Okay, Ghostblade, go here. Thank you. Huh, that's the fastest I've done that route. I gotta remember that route. I guess standing up there funnels them to the middle rather than them having to come from one side over. does make some sense. Did I do the bunny sigil? I did, right? Did I start yellow? I can't remember. I have no short-term memory. Heard as soon as Quag's cat makes an appearance in stream and gets a loot luck chance of 100%. That's possible. Always miss Burr when I play other classes. Yeah. It's one of those things, if you get used to playing Berserker, it's got so many little quality of life things that you're like, oh, hey, I missed that. Like Relentless Rage for Save Your Soul duration. Cold Snap for movement speed, frost efficiency. Instinct for swap speed, reload speed. Blood Frenzy for healing on kill without needing a body rune. Like, it provides a lot. Anyone know if I hit the yellow one? He got streamer luck, he got cat luck. Right, Kevin? See, I got Jake there on my TV stand. I got Kevin right there. Blue anyway. If I didn't hit yellow, then I'll just do another run with no elites. Just trying to figure out if this is a maker run or not. Because I have no short-term memory. Cats are best luck? They are. They're good boys. Iron Squall for fire rate and swing speed, yeah. There's a lot of Berserker skills that just do multiple things. To its credit. And Chad luck. Yeah, forget Brad luck. We have Chad luck. Hey, Kinsbomb. How you doing? I feel like Claws and Spores action skills are lacking. Could use some love. Cleansing Flames could definitely use some love. Storm Dragon's Judgment, it does a lot. I don't think it needs much. Maybe a slight damage hike. I don't know. But like, it's still a good action skill. In terms of Spores, yeah, Barrage and Blizzard both have some rather unfortunate downsides I'd like to see ironed out. Gotta go. Help my brother pack a card because he's moving out next week. Oh, well, good luck with that. Alright, Laster can fall over hard. This. That was slow again. Pain. him hit me too? What's wrong with me? Make Gearbox buff Skeeve the action skill? Why? Why does Polymorph need a buff? Why does Spell Shot need anything about it buffed, for that matter? How the fuck do you buff it other than increasing its proc rate? It's a question that doesn't need to be answered because the action skill's amazing. Like, why do it anyway? I'm thinking about it, and I think only Spellshot and Stabbo can reasonably make a claim to having two action skills that are not in need of balancing. I think only those two classes can make that claim. Oh god dang that, still, No. I knew that was gonna kill me. Because, like, Stabbo has Ghostblade and From the Shadows, which are both amazing. Spellshot has Ambi and Polymorph, which are both amazing. Berserker, Dreadwind is really good, although you could still argue for it getting some quality of life things. Feral Surge has an Identity Crisis. And then Spore Warden, Barrage is hard carried by Enchants, and even with that hard carry, it's still not good, especially compared to other things. And then Blizzard, kind of bad. Usable, but not good. Clawbringer, you have Storm Dragon's Judgment is good, but has started to fall off already. And Cleansing Flames still needs love. That's unfortunate. I suppose I could stay in this fight for a while farming crystals, think about it. I've never tried that, just, like, farming ads in one of these raid bosses. Because by this point, you'll have all your curses. So I choose Barrage to buff it. Lower the cooldown by quite a bit. Give it an element of some kind. It's non-elemental currently. And maybe a small base damage buff. Because Barrage has a 30-second cooldown, which is as ludicrous as it sounds, if not more so. Oh yeah, if you guys didn't know, you can consistently punch Bark in the face if you duck the duckable swipe and don't hit the weak spot. He pokes his face forward and you can kind of punch it. Helps with melee builds. Like that. Played poorly there. I let him get me up against the wall. Poison Element? Yeah, Poison Element for Barrage would be fitting. Make it rad. Based. Hey Daisy, how you doing? I don't know if I said hi, but hi. Yeah, I didn't do Bunny. Okay. I wasn't paying attention. So this run will be pretty terrible on crystal returns, actually. Yeah, Kyler. Yeah, that was pretty rough. Cool idea would be like, tipped arrows, you gotta fire, poison, something swap, because that's too much of a change. Yeah, I think the most we can realistically expect is for them to just give it one element. Like, Cleansing Flames, for example. They changed the melee hit for this from being non-elemental to fire, and that did help, if you weren't using Soaked. But it did help. It was a step in the right direction. So, they could easily do that with Barrage. Make it an element. Barrage pretty weak damage-wise, too. Oddly, yes. Like, it has a good formula. It gets gun damage boosts, it gets ability damage. It can weak spot, meaning Headhunter is on the table and you can just, like, aim for the head. Also, it's got a high hit count. And has a good spread of enchantments that buff it. Like, it's got everything it needs, except the base damage. So yeah, I think maybe a little bit of a base damage increase too, but make it elemental would expand the formula that much more, because then you get element matching on the table, you get elemental damage boosts, and it'll also be applying status effects. So all of that would be a step in the right direction. Also, the fact that the cooldown is 30 seconds is ridiculous. One reason that Barrage will do less damage than you'd like for some builds is that often you'll go for the Barrage Reload enchant on Ward, and the thing with that is that isn't damage. That is a enchant that doesn't increase your damage at all. It gives you more access to your damage, but you are forcing yourself to give up a damage enchant for, you know, being able to use the action skill. Don't need to get points in the challenge for slacking today. I think y'all are a little behind. Morning, Alan Per. I got yeeted off the platform just after I killed Dragon Lord. I had to respawn, had him in the second phase of the fight. All my lives left. You can farm by jumping off the platform after you kill him. I think I've heard that. That's good to know. I think giving Barrage an element's a good idea, but if it doesn't match its base damage loss, maybe making it match element of the gun you're holding would be better. That could be cool, if they could somehow make that work. Ow, yeah. I mean, they make the melee action skills, or specifically just Ghostblade and Dreadwind, they make them look at your melee weapon. So, I don't know, maybe they make it the element of your melee weapon or something. That'd be cool. But hang on, give me 1 second. PP%. Okay, I'm back. How to go about chaos levels early on, it's just not that important. Define early on. Pafak, and sorry if I butchered your name. Are you level 40 yet? Or are you just, talking about the early chaos levels? Yeah, level 40? Okay. Just started out? So a big thing to keep in mind with bossing as you get higher and higher up in the chaos tiers is you're going to want bossing options covered. You can kind of use a lot of different things in mobbing, but with bossing, that's usually the hurdle. So, if your build isn't specifically structured around a thing that happens to be good at bossing, like my Ghostblade build is good at bossing because Ghostblade is designed for that. It's good at that with investment. Then you're going to want, like, a gun that's good for that. A common choice there is the Sword Explosion. And coincidentally, this week, the end chest from any Chaos Chamber run is weighted to be more likely to give you a Sword Explosion. It is also sourced from Lachance, which is an easy boss to farm, and you can get it from the Shotgun Bunny as well. So Sword Explosion is a good bossing option. I'd recommend grabbing one of those if you need one. In terms of good guns for mobbing, there's quest rewards. I like using quest rewards for that. The Heck Waiter is great. The Last Rites is my favorite gun in the entire game. So that's good as well. In this week's featured, Wastard drops the White Rider, which is one of the best all-around guns in the game. So I'd say get a couple really good guns to get your foot in the door, and then enjoy your progression. Sword Explosion thing again. Yeah, so each week this chest has a drop it's weighted to be more likely to give. This is an undocumented feature, but it's a thing. We've confirmed it. Each week it has a drop that it's not guaranteed, but it's very likely to give you this each time you open the chest. This week it is a Sword Explosion. See, I have one here. So keep an eye on this chest as I do more runs. You'll see this pop up a few times. Last week it was Blazing Volley, this week's Sword Explosion, who knows what it'll be next week. There was one week where it was Ruby's Spite, that was cool. Thanks a lot, yeah, you're welcome. Hey Stone, how you doing? Hope you're having a good weekend. That is a miasmic male. Sabo Claw. To exploit their weakness. Like, this is trying so hard, but the passives are so bad. I'm actually annoyed. Like, I would use this, but the passives are so bad. I'm still gonna pick it up. How to find out these things? We have a very dedicated community of people determined to figure out how everything in the game works. That one was actually a discovery by Dex, who's, you know, a very accomplished modder in the BL3 scene, but he saw Ruby's Spite popping up a lot from the chest and looked into it a bit and was like, oh yeah, this is a thing. It rotates every week. Is this 2 armors here? No, okay. 4 Squall on an Amalgam. That's interesting. Area spell, gun crit chance, all damage ability crit chance. A little confused passives wise. Paradigm, converting melee. It's trying, but not that hard. Hey Scoops, how you doing? Next week should be Primordial White Rider times 2. I wouldn't say no. Armor Pain, Armor Pain. Guess my 2 cents on the Chaos Climb. Purple armor, amulets, and rings can be super strong. Don't get tunnel vision for legendary items. Right, stats matter more than, like, individual effects. on these 4 slots. Ring, armor, amulet. Good stats matter more than effects here. Sword Explosion just apply debuff, you actually use Damager. Damager. Sword Explosion doesn't debuff in any way, it's just big damage. Big damage. Use it on sticky mode, and it's one of the highest DPS weapons in the entire game. It's very strong. Alright, let me remember to do Bunny this run, and also, like, actually pay attention. Or the shops see you around. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. I'll hit that container first. Can I shoot this from down here? I can. That does save me some time. You learn something every run, chat. Pop that for haste. .6 mil with 20 days left. Yeah, I'm falling behind today. Get those points in. Or don't. Either way, I win. I love how fast this room is. Ghostblade is next level. I want even more duration passives, so I can just have a more Ghostblade. What's interesting though is that you lose 5% of your max duration each time you move it. So you lose more time technically the more duration you have by moving it. So the more duration you have, the less you'll want to move it. in a direct sense, but it's better for when I'm not moving it, and the proportion remains the same, so it's like, it still preserves the aspect of deciding whether it's worth moving or not. Because often, I'll be in a situation where I could just leave Ghostblade where it's not touching anything, and then an enemy will spawn into it or run into it. And I'll get more total uptime by not moving it than by moving it. Like, there. I left it there until I needed it again. And it worked out. Marshmallow with a spell charge. I should take that, but I'll wait for a better one. Clear speed. This is a non-elite reparation. I've been doing all elite runs for the most part. So when I go to like a non-elite run, it kind of feels like cheating with how much damage the setup does. Ghostblade's so good. There was something on my desk making a sound and I was trying to figure out what it was. That's why I stopped actively going for a second. It was my keys rattling against something. Me and my brother-in-law beat the Maker last night and made it to C11 before having to jump off. Eager to see what level we can hit before getting involved tonight. Let's go, Glorzel. I'm glad progression's been going well. Glad you've been having a good time. I've not done a joint chaos climb like that. That's something I have an interest in. Still hear it. What is... So, like, I have a lot of shit on my desk. There's something rattling against something else, and it's driving me crazy. Yeah, I have no fucking idea. There goes my sanity. Skyrim's taught me anything, you really do not want the rattles. Hey CZ, how you doing? Triple ice spike, 2 spell damage parts. James repeating. Hey, Stone Swan. How are you? Sanity's overrated. This is one of my favorite boss fights in Star Wars The Old Republic says, sanity is a prison. Let madness release you. Goated boss fight, by the way. Love the boss design in that game. I don't know how or why, but normal mobbing so much harder for me outside of chaos streamers. Keep getting mobbed by badasses and things. Curse, crabs, glow, priestess. I don't know. I've not had that experience myself. I could just walk by a pack of 4 badass coils and 2 gold priestess. You simply build different. Higher threat level, Pizzicato. They're keeping it out for you. I found Diamond Guard to be useful sword at all. I'm using one, not sure if I'm better off just finding an Echo Hilt. I'd say a good melee weapon with Caustic is just, practically speaking, better than Diamond Guard. Because Diamond Guard is 50% status damage and chance at 5 stacks. That requires 5 hits. Whereas Caustic is 30% for 1 hit. And you can get Caustic on many other melee weapons. So they'll have their own effects. I don't really rate Diamond Guard very highly. The fact that it can't get a hilt mod like with its unique effect, I think that's what kills Diamond Guard for me. I'm ashamed that that got me. I don't pay much attention. That's why I'm taking Roguelite, though. It's forcing me to have to actually participate more in my gameplay mentally in exchange for the good crystals. Because it is worth it crystals-wise. Even with these annoying deaths, it is still worth it. Roguelite, definitely justifiable. I missed that jump horribly. Guess I'll go over here. I changed my character's height and I feel like I can't jump properly now. I'm sure it's placebo. I'm just sharing. Diamond Guard is the issue, is like changing Storm Dragon's Judgment to fire so we can proc both parts of off. Yeah, that part's nice. Transferring its hilt effect to Storm Dragon's Judgment or Cleansing Flames is a good use of it. It's probably a good Diamond Guard. Not Diamond Guard. It is Diamond Guard. It's probably a good Executioner's Blade weapon as well. Now that I think about it. But, like, I don't use that, so. And honestly, for Executioner's Blade, there's always the argument of, hey, just get more base damage. And great swords exist. I missed with that soak. That's fine. You walked into Ghostblade, you big dummy. You do get a melee open with Echo. Goblin's Bane always spawns that comes from non-violent event or side quests. Yeah, Goblin's Bane effect also is one of the ones that does transfer over to other melee stuff. So it'll work on Executioner's Blade, Stormdragon's Judgment, Ghostblade, etc., etc. That's pretty neat. Though I'd say in terms of how useful that is for any of those, that's only probably useful for Stormdragon's Judgment. Because that one doesn't look at the base damage or melee weapon. Neither does Cleansing Flames, but Cleansing Flames sucks, so... Time skip with status damage. Hitting me. Boomstuff. Boomstuff. That's fine. Wait out the sandstorm. The strat's acceptable. I should really, like, develop a better strat for Bunny for this build. I just can't be fucking bothered. Because Unga Bunga damage. Playing like a Borderlands player, chat. I could switch to the Poison Snake stick I have. Stormclaw is definitely not the optimal armor for this. Unironically, maybe fucking Pandemasium slaps here. Huh, I actually have the damage for that? That surprises me. No. Ooh. You'll play through Clobber right now. I haven't switched from Cleansing Flames. Level 25, so doing okay. Wish it could hit harder. Cleansing Flames, Dire Sacrifice, and Feral Surge are great in playthroughs. Their problems only start to rear their heads later on. Much later on. Hey Swin, how you doing? I'm not in range. Fuck you. Don't do that, Blue. Very tired, you. Slightly tired. But enjoying the casual Saturday morning farm vibes. It's like Saturday morning cartoons, except lots and lots of ghost blading. This is just kind of confirming a theory that I'm absolutely right to do a big chunk of damage to Bloop at the beginning with Ghostblade, because Ghostblade is one of the things that doesn't need to wait for that weak spot, and is in fact better off not doing so. Good info to have. On a times 19 Boilermaker at level 5, still using at 25? That's nuts. Test is down, set results are back in a week or so. An interview for those who make through is July 6th, so not too long wait for that. Keep my fingers crossed for you. Last playthrough still using a level 2 Extinction Calamity, level 20, good early game weapons. Oh yeah, Extinction Calamities are so good leveling. Nice Striker. Just did a Sabo playthrough with Claw. You explain to me what skills are worth in a Claw tree. Not sure what skills scale well. Sure. I'll go over my my current build, which is Claw Sabo for you. Yeah, so the way this build works is it's actually way more efficient for me to just elite. It takes about the same amount of time, but I get way more crystals just from all elites. So, cool. I don't need to bother with regular runs ever. So in Clawbringer, you have really solid stuff in your first 2 tiers. You have Oath of Fire, which is a fantastic bonus element for guns. You have Oath of Thunder, which is a fantastic bonus element for melee. Now, both of these also apply to the Wyvern, so they're both good for companion stuff as well. And then you have Dragon Aura, which is elemental damage, all elements, and it's stronger per point than most other elemental boosts. So it's just really good. So this is a no-brainer 15 points for most builds. That puts you down to this tier, where Firebolts per point is extremely efficient. 10% gun damage might sound like a meme, but 10% gun damage for 1 skill point that also unlocks a good attack for the Wyvern, very good. And then Storm Breath, really good attack, the Wyvern's best attack, and it also gives you 15% damage reduction for 1 skill point. So that's a pretty no-brainer 17 points. And then it gets a little complicated. So to get down to Awe, which is arguably Clawbringer's best skill overall, Indomitable is also very good, so this tier is great. To get down to this tier, you need to spend 3 more points. Now, Rebuke is extremely minor. If you want a little bit of damage reduction, then yeah, that's the way to go. Radiance is bad. Just 6% ward capacity, and no universe is that a good use of a skill point. And Dedication is situational. Now, I'm playing Ghostblade, so any cooldown is good for me, even on a bad condition at a low return like this. So for this particular build, I like Dedication for Ghostblade. However, if that was not to your personal taste, then you could go Rebuke. Blasphemous Favor is just kind of bad. It is useful for the sole purpose of it triggers Awe, because it is lightning or fire damage, depending on what triggers it, so it can help you in keeping this one active. And then Friend to Flame is good if you're doing companion stuff. This is conditional damage applied to the Wyvern. It's not just companion damage, so that can situationally be very, very powerful. Wyvern is the best for dealing damage out of the class feat companions. It is better at doing so than the Demi-Lich by a bit, and by the better than the Mushroom by a lot. Especially once you get the Wyvern special attacks going. Now, Awe is just one of the best damage skills in the game. It gives you a huge amount of crit chance. Huge. 78% at 6 out of 3 is more than what you can get from a fully invested Stabomancer class feat currently. And the crit damage granted by Awe goes in the Shrine crit category. Meaning it is not utter dog shit like Sneak Attack. Sneak Attack is 3% per point in the crit category with your strength stat and joint training and a bunch of other stuff, so Sneak Attack's terrible. But Awe goes in the category where the only thing additive to it is the crit damage Shrine, meaning it's very, very impactful. So keeping both halves of this active is very beneficial, and one of the reasons to go Clawbringer in particular. Clawbringer in many ways has more claims to being a crit character than Stabo does, because of this skill. Indomitable is really good. I just didn't have a skill point free for it. I preferred having the damage from Awe, but Indomitable is also really good. It's a cheat death skill that also gives you damage when it triggers. So the Capstone's not very good for anything other than triggering Awe, really. So like if you happen to go full investment, max Awe and Indomitable, that only puts you 2 points away from Storm Smite. So you could make a case for taking it then to help keep this active, especially if your weapons or chosen method of doing damage isn't triggering that. But yeah. Same opinions I had. I went more points than Stabo for Cap, so it can get Awe, try and use Contagion more. I find Executioner's Blade in most setups to be a waste of investment, because Alchemical Agent's fantastic, right? But if you're going farther than Alchemical Agent, you're most likely going to start putting points to Thousand Cuts, because it's the best skill left available here. Even if I was to max out Follow-Up, that leaves me where I need to invest more points. And let's look at the remaining skills here in Stabo. Sneak Attack is completely terrible. Like, it is so low value. Unless you are not maxing your strength for some reason, which is not a good idea. It's just always better to do that. Then this is just bad. Arsenal is 3% per point, which is not great. And it is of stats that are incredibly easy to get. You can get gun damage in much larger quantities in skill tree from places like Firebolt, or if you have Spell Shot on the table, you have one slot, one kill, for example. Spore Warden has a lot of gun damage in tree. There's just better ways to get it gun damage. You can get gun damage, spell damage, and melee damage from rings and armor very easily as well. It's just low value. And then Swift Death, it not only requires you to actually physically be moving fast enough to get the bonus, unlike something like Selective Amnesia, which just looks at your movement speed stat, but this is in the damage category with better all damage boosts such as Selective Amnesia and Faithful Thralls. And the value you get is really, really low. It's something like 30%. Like, it's just not a good skill. So, if you're going to Executioner's Blade, you're effectively spending dead skill points. That's the reality. And then Executioner's Blade itself is chance-based on a crit. So, a chance on a chance, which already puts it in the same boat as Play the Angles, a much better capstone, if you had to compare those things. But it's a chance on a chance, and then it's got a wonky hitbox and is time delayed. It's just rarely worth it. You can build around it to make it more worthwhile, but generally, it's like, no cooldowns can be used. It does have a cooldown, though. It does. It has an internal cooldown. If it didn't have an internal cooldown, then you could shoot a ×25 shotgun and get 25 Executioner's Blades, theoretically, but you can't. It does have a cooldown. It's very short, but it's there. So, like, why take something chance-based on another chance that has a time delay, when you could just take more damage to kill with the initial thing, you know? That's my thought process. And yeah, I'll run a prediction for you, Foster. Is 1,000 Cuts not a very good skill? No, because 1,000 Cuts is 5% all damage per point, if my mental math is correct there. 5% per point, so max investment gets you to just over 1 enchantment. Realistically, you're only putting 4 points here in this current setup if I was to want to get to Executioner's Blade instead of taking this tier of Claw Tree. So it would just be matching this. That is equivalent to having, let's say you had 3 points in Faithful Thralls for 9% companion damage. Well, your Demi-Lich takes care of 1 stack. You have a Dark Hydra out. That's 2 stacks. You have 2 of your 3 Dark Hydras out. Guess what? You have already beaten 1,000 Cuts with the same number of skill points, but only going 2 tiers deep into a skill tree. Also, you can stack that up in a much shorter period of time than it takes to stack up 1,000 Cuts. 1,000 Cuts is just bad. It's better than Swift Death if you were to have to choose between the all damage skills in Stabomancer Tree, but it's not good. Take screenshot. It's okay to ask me about specifics of whatever build I'm running, fam. I like explaining stuff. Is it all additive? It goes into the all damage category. So Swift Death is in the same category as 1,000 Cuts, which is in the same category as this all damage roll, and this all damage roll, and this all damage enchant, and this all damage enchant, and Faithful Thralls, and Selective Amnesia, and Fortifying Sigil, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of things that go in that category. 1,000 Cuts and Swift Death are among the smaller ones that go in there, and the opportunity cost for 1,000 Cuts in particular is very high. Swift Death, you often end up with a point or 2 to get down the tree depending on what you're doing, and it's like whatever, but it's also a low value, so. And awkward to even get. Really need to respect my best answer based on the discussion. But like I said, you can make a use case scenario for Executioner's Blade, and if you were to get Executioner's Blade, you're gonna have at least 1 point in 1,000 Cuts at that point, because, like, let's say you max Haste, max Potent Poisons, max Exploit Their Weakness, that takes you 11 points in, so you max Shadow Step, you take Shadow Step, and then you max Nimble Fingers. That gets you to this tier. Then you take Elusive Contagion. Alright, you've got 1 point you need to spend. In this build, I put that in Follow-Up to get down to Alchemical. But let's say I max out Follow-Up, take Alchemical. I still need to spend 2 more points. And that's between this, 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 and this. This is low value, but at least it's not conditional. This is low value and a very shitty condition. This is low value. This is the least detrimental if you compare these 4 skills together. Let's know how the damage bonuses are executed, saying 5% more damage, so not really the same. Yeah, if you do exclamation point damage, That'll link to the formula, which has all these things color-coded and helpfully categorized by class and action skill and damage type and everything. It's great. Send and CZ work very hard on that. It's a great visual resource. Very easy to read. You can just plug in your values and stuff. Let's see what we got so far. Blank Slate, all damage, max health. I was thinking about Blank Slate a little bit. Blank Slate Dire Sacrifice might not be a total meme, but like, at the end of the day, ability crit chance is a terrible stat. And I don't like that. I think something they could do to buff a bunch of those action skills. Like, it would buff Barrage, it would buff Dire Sacrifice, it would buff Feral Surge, it would buff Blizzard. If you just make base ability crit chance higher. Like, give them all a base of, say, 15% instead of the base of 5. Because what that would mean is if you get ability level +2 on Blank Slate, which is 100% ability crit chance and 100% ability damage, an extra 100% of a base of 15 takes you up to a 30% crit chance before other boosts. Whereas currently, with the base of 5%, takes it up to 10. Which is like, meh. Ability crit works with some skills too. Only things that are damage source ability striker. So that is, off the top of my head, Dire Sacrifice, Feral Surge, Barrage, Blizzard, the lingering aspect of Storm Dragon's Judgment, the Nova from Cleansing Flames, Blast Gasp and Blast Chiller ability damage, but they cannot crit. Same with Spore Fuse, so those three things are not included in this. Dark Hydra's is ability damage. Storm Smite is ability damage and can crit. Rebuke is ability damage. But like, LOL. Would I play the Angles? Play the Angles is a good shout there, yes. Play the Angles is another of the use cases where Blank Slate is not outright bad. Yes. And Play the Angles happens to not get class power, so you don't lose out on that. That's another shout. But ultimately, Blank Slate not scaling with Chaos Tier hurts it a lot. I'd like to use it. It's just, it's only better when you just don't have many good options. This Paradigm's trying. 1, exploit their weakness, 3 potent poisons, melee and ability increased by spell. Do I have a decent amount of spell damage? I have a Theurge, so I'm gonna have some. And I have Nimble Fingers. It's good enough to pick up. Head of the Snake with 3 Contagion. That's interesting. Ooh, I've been looking for something like this. So I want something a lot like this. I want a Deathless with as many points in Double Knot as possible, and some gun passives. That's a good starting point. Malcolm's trying, but not very hard. That reminds me. What I want this Deathless for is Trick Mirror stuff. It's a double capacity roll. That's nice, but non-chaos tiered. They changed it, might make it best slot, right? Think about a Blank Slate with like plus 100%, 120% damage. Remember that all damage roll it gives is in that big stacked category that we mentioned before, the one with Faithful Thralls and all that stuff. And you are still trading things when using a Blank Slate. So like, you are not getting any class power, You are not getting passives on the bottom. You're not getting any skill increases. It still would be not clear-cut. It still would probably lose, in all honesty. Because, like, my armor right now, not only am I getting 17.8% all damage, which is almost half, only at Chaotic, of what the Blank Slate is giving all damage-wise. I'm getting that melee crit chance, I'm getting that heal, I'm getting the Claw's armor's effect, I'm getting Clawbringer power, Stabbo power, 2 in Oath of Thunder, and 3 in Awe. Like, all of that combined is way more than what even if you quadruple the value of what Blank Slate gives, the best possible Blank Slate, you got the 100% ability damage, 100% ability crit chance. Even if you quadruple all that, and I was using something that cared about ability damage, I would still question it. I would still question it for this. But that would enhance the use cases for something like, as you mentioned, Play the Angles. It'd be real good for Play the Angles. It'd probably be a way for making Clawbringer Capstone do a respectable amount of damage as well. There's a Primordial Purple here I'm trying to look at. Can't quite get eyes on it. It's somewhere in here. There it is. Ooh, melee crit chance 50%. It's only got 1 Awe. But like, holy shit, chat. Look at the stats on this. That's so nuts. Ascended armor is gonna be crazy. Like, if that companion crit chance and gun damage were other stats, like, say, all damage, melee damage, and that was 3 in Awe, this would be like... How much more Stabbo power is that? 22 versus 17? That's just like 5% damage. I would lose out on crit chance in total, because I'd be going up from 35 to 50, but then losing 2 points of Awe, and I'd lose the damage from Awe. I'd have the same Oath of Thunder points. It's like real close. Worth picking up. Alright, let's hit melee weapons. I hope we don't get to Ascended. I think that ship has sailed. Sadly, if you use a bad skill class mod to get plus Contagion. At least with Contagion setups, the passives kind of matter a lot less. Like, Contagion itself matters a lot more. Like, gun damage, melee damage, all that kind of stuff. It helps your starting dot be higher, but honestly, even a low starting dot will get up to the point where it kills with a good Contagion chain. So prioritizing Contagion just makes more sense. We'll put 1 in rings. Thoughts on removing Moon Orb cap? I'd be okay with that. That's a good salt and battery. I've been hoarding too much. Shit, I ran out of inventory spaces. Damn it. I picked up too many armors. I don't need that sigil, really. I don't really need that either. I don't need a Mind Rune. And I have better Garlic Breaths. Ragnarok, why are you so bad? Please be better. Signed, everyone. Gotta ask the important question though, does it have a cape? No capes. Put some stuff in my bank, and then let's play some of the Contagion setup. I'm feeling it right now. I'm not working out. You find out if capes were linked to anything is just kind of hit or miss. Cape of Tides always has a cape. Passives on the armor determine the appearance. It's when different clusters are linked to different bits. Like, for example, the cluster with move speed, if I remember correctly, affects your boots' appearance. So, like, they're tied to different bits of the armor. I want to say the cluster that has gun damage as a potential role, I want to say that one's hands. There's another one that's for shoulders. Just kind of... Your passives determine the appearance of your armor, along with the classes. And the base of the armor itself. Like, Diamond Gauntlets always has the Diamond Gauntlet. Cape of Tides always has the cape. Claw always has the claw. Leveling Stabbo spell shot for early game, should I be going for gun damage stats or spell damage stats? Well, if you have magic bullets, as Jaybridge said, then spell damage will boost both your spells and your guns. So, I'd probably go for that. Having at least some of each is ideal, but spell damage boosts two things instead of one thing. Featured? No, let's do a normal run. I owe Foster a prediction. There we go. Let's do it. So do I have all my right stuff equipped? I do. I was experimenting with some stuff. That's why these slots look like that. Pandemicium just makes me happy. His neuron activation. Me see green explosion, me happy. Also, I might be a snake stick addict. Connoisseur, sure. Where the ability in Pandemic seems kind of mediocre. Depends on what you're using it for. It can apply status effects, so it's one of the best things you can use to fuel contagion. Especially if you're using poison stuff, which I am. White Rider and Snake Stick are poison. I happen to have Garlic Breath, but it's extremely good contagion fuel. In terms of the three armors that are most used for contagion tech, it is Miasmic Mail, Pandemicium, and Corrupted Plate Mail, and I would say if you had to rank them, Miasmic Mail would be the best at the interactions, but Pandemicium would be a close second. while being less gear dependent. And it is far better for the tech than Corrupted Plate Mail is. Like Plate Mail heals so good at times. The thing about Plate Mail is it's a damage down. So like, sure, the heal can be good, but there's ways to heal without gutting your damage. Plate Mail's strength is increasing your on-hit effects. Now, incidentally, you get some healing in the process, but it's more like, you know, you get 2 headcanon explosions instead of 1, that kind of thing makes it useful. But it is more often than not a damage down. Whereas Pandemicium simply creates more instances of damage, which means more chances for applying status effects. Miasmic Veil gives you more status effect chance, which is more consistency, and it gives you more status damage. Plate Mail does neither of those things. Plate Mail will create some extra instances, but at the cost of your damage. It is splitting rather than adding. Barrel's 100% status effect chance? Fucking maybe. Maybe. Secondary class is good for a spell shot and a frost build. So like, people really like doing this frost build thing. I should really push back more on that. Single element builds are not something I really recommend, but if you were to do so, then you get some extra benefit out of Berserker. Not because Berserker is a frost class, it just has some things that happen to assist with frost. So you could do Spell Shot Berserker. Also, it's got a good damage formula in general. Plus the punishment. It's awkward. Thank you, you're welcome. Spellgrave gets a lot out of Ice Spikes and Impacts. Right. Like, despite people viewing Graveborn as a dark magic class, no, it's also just good with things that are frost. Ice Spikes are arguably the most well-rounded damage-dealing spell in the game. And, you know, Graveborn helps get them to their peak. Despite people viewing Graveborn as a dark magic thing. Like, even this build, which you could argue on the surface looks like a poison build. It's not. I'm using multiple elements here. My gun happens to be poison, my spell happens to be poison, because that leans into triggering my armor effect more often. But in terms of what damage types I'm going for here, dark magic is a big part of what I'm doing. Fire is a big part of what I'm doing. Diversifying elements is almost always better than overcommitting to one. I hit that dire sacrifice before I realized it ended. A lot of curses on this run. Alright, who we got boss-wise? Parasite. I'll take that. All crystals you don't pick up get given to you in your portal? Yes. That is correct. That's why we love Pandemisium in this house. Made that change possible. $11,000 crystals for 9 minutes. That's really efficient. Panda meat? Yes. Panda tacos. Thank you, a knowledgeable one. Hey, I can't take credit for discovering that. Someone told me about that like week 3, week 2 of the game, and it blew my mind. Primordial Finger Ward. Why did that have to be AR crit? And companion crit. Ugh. But that pistol mag size at Primordial with Finger Ward conditional, that's a lot of mag size. Like, that breaks 20% for mag size from one passive. That's big. I'll take it. Might find something to do with that. Another thing I want to try out is repeating triple ice spikes with enough damage to just be worth not being simple cast. Yes, Jake. Hi, Jake. What do you want, Jake? No lap. You can't lap right now. He's trying. Alright, fine. Go ahead. You're not a fan of repeating casts? Yeah, I don't like the time commitment for them. You lose damage and it takes more time. It's just like, eh. Cat gonna cat? Indeed. There's a bunch of repeating cast spells that would be good on a build like this, but I just don't like the time commitment, whereas I could just do Garlic Breath, and it's just happening while I'm doing everything else. I just like repeating Tricksters for so many hits. Yeah, when you have enough damage on like a spell shot build, you can justify something like a repeating Trickster. for room clearing, for sure. No, you can't be in my lap. 2 seconds later, cat on lap. Can you blame me, Dyson? Look at this. Look at this cute little shit. Jake. Jake, you're cute. You're a good boy. You're a special boy. Sniffing my beard. It's not patting on it. Who's boss? Parasite.
I believe there's a cabin near you.
I can pet the pet. Some said I'm special too. You are, Kiyoshi. You're all special individuals. Yeah, my threat level's fallen a little bit, Foster. It's fallen a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. 194, what's the god drop you going for? I'm going for a lot of things at once. And going for one very specific thing is not really feasible in this game with how part variance works. It's more like ticking as many boxes on an item as you possibly can. Like, very rarely do you get something perfect. I'm always looking out for armors for various builds, so I'm hitting the armor bunny right now. I'm looking for new armors to try out on my Ghostblade setup, primarily. But also, there's things that I could consider for other builds. Like this armor, for example. This is a Scarlet Claw with 2 in Ascension, 2 in Mortal Vessel, 1 in Blood Frenzy, and it rolled area damage and missing health regen. This would be fantastic for a Dire Sacrifice build. Like, area and spell damage, too. Like, I'm picking that up. I mess around a lot with Dire Sacrifice, trying to squeeze value out of it, and that's a good option for it. So, a lot of the gear I find is just, hey, this would probably be neat with this, then I go try it out, and sometimes it builds results from it. So a lot of my farming is unfocused like that. Sometimes I'll go for more specific things, but usually it's like, hey, this category has some stuff that I'd like to sift through. Saturdays are slow, wait till DLC 3 drops. Ah, shit. Good point. Good point. Y'all want a prediction say fuck that? Fuck that, fuck that. I got you. Jake, stop chewing my earbuds. I need those. I need those to work. How often does potential pieces of gear get lost in the massive collection? From time to time it does happen, Dyson. I try not to think about it. You almost knocked over my microphone. Alright. Let's do another normal one. Happens to me all the time, yeah. 'Tis the risk. This is a whole pile of enemies resistant to the elements I'm doing. This was a very awkward room. Keep in mind on this prediction, chat, it's actually 50-50 because, remember, Chums and Imelda have 4 forms each in the chamber. So, that means there's 9 bosses that I would consider not a good boss for this prediction. And then there's 9 bosses that would be good. So, it is 50-50. Are the Gluttony Blades helped out by melee buffs? No, they're not. Dagger Storms are just gun damage. I did some early testing that suggested otherwise, but it was a bad test on my part. I didn't account for another value. That spell shot is silly. Thanks, you're welcome. This build's so satisfying. When you just get the chains that steamroll rooms. A 31 million fire dot. Thanks, Contagion. Just instantly deleted that troll. How damned out would be a shitpost on this. Put Contagion into Godvault? No. Sir? No. No. Bad. No. Dots are already crazy in that game, chat. Viper is being ridiculous. Tell Viper no. Viper, yes. God damn it, sorry. You had one job. Definitely didn't nuke Power Existence and Exalted Trials. Phoenix is fine, by the way. I haven't played around with the Phoenix Petrifying Slam shard yet. I just got it last night. I have high expectations. Busted outright unfair, some might say. Cool. I'll probably mess around with it for a bit and then go back to Aegis Horn where it feels just Giga Chad. Aegis Horn being uninterruptible and also able to block unblockable attacks is like king shit. Aegisaur just chilling with like 500% weapon technique damage. Yeah. And inner focus still being a thing. Still. Unironically better at Shock than Vertigo. Wait, really? Huh. Time to get down, nothing's around you, Hello Darkness, my old friend. Sacrificial Skeep is great for that. But yeah, it is often rough. That's why there's a solid shout for, if you ever run a Deathless build, Skeep is arguably the best amulet for the job, because Skeep only spawns when your HP changes, if it's under the threshold. And your HP can only change from 1 to 0. So if you go down, and Skeep is off cooldown, you always get it when you go down. So, guaranteed death save target as long as you don't go down more frequently than every 30 seconds in a Deathless build. Vertigo ain't great at doing shock stuff or spirit augments. Imelda, gross. Ooh, the no people are getting a huge amount this time. Except the Skeep flies into a wall. Little clipping, cheating jerk. Crossblade. Crossblade shoots through walls. You gotta play 5D chess with it, Jester. It's a process, but yeah. Which phase of Imelda is this? It's Imelda, so no matter what, it's awful, isn't it? There we go, there's Contagion, thank you. Excuse you. Oh, it's 4. Thanks, Contagion. Contagion moment. Cool. That's fine. Is this Graveborn Sabo? It is. 8 minutes for 9k. Not bad. Health adaptive. Okay, these are the parts I want on a Trick Mirror, but I want it to be higher chaos tier, obviously. I still need to do some testing to see how adaptive actually works with Deathless. If anyone knows how that works out, if it calculates properly, that'd be nice to know. But health goes well with Deathless, and damage resistance is good. So like these are the exact parts I want. I just want it to obviously be a Primordial. Hey Gio, how you doing? Keep getting surprised with the Easter eggs. Skip so much through just looking past it since I found a Monster Hunter Easter egg. Should have definitely noticed the first time. Ooh, another Primordial Finger Ward. Wait, hang on. Isn't this the exact same one from last run? Isn't this literally the exact same ring? What? No, the chances of that are not... Huh? Like, it's the same Chaos tier, it's the same ring type, it's the same primary, it's the same 3 passives. Was Mag says there in the last one? Yes. It's the same ring. In the same order? Yes. What are the odds of that? What? Go play the lotto? I should. Like, that... I'm scared. It's a glitch in the simulation. That's not normal. I scared on Viper. When I win the lottery, Viper, I'm getting you the help you need. It's fucking weird, man. Sent myth rank 480, it's gonna be really hard for me to let that damn pop-up just be there all the time. I forgot about it until you mentioned it, Jester. Agent Smith gonna show up at your door. Like, what's my myth rank now? 684. You forget about it after a while. 204 unspent points. Whatever. Quag, if Quag wins the lottery, he's gonna put Fire of Hate Great Sword in Wonderlands. It's the help I need. Alright, that sword in this game would be so sick. So what that sword does, chat, is it makes it so whenever you kill an enemy, if it was on fire, it explodes and lights nearby enemies on fire. It's basically Radsplosions, but fire. Like, it's inflammation, but on a melee weapon. Yeah. It's really cool. How you doing today, J-Bridge? I want Rad back. Hopefully Rad is in the next Borderlands title. I do love Radiation. I think Dark Magic was like a good new entry, element-wise. They've nailed it on their elements after Slag. Slag is the exception. Like Cryo, cool. Staple now. Rad, well received across the board. Hopefully it comes back. And then Dark Magic, pretty good. No Agent Smith voice. I wouldn't do it justice. I wouldn't do it justice. Mr. Quaggerson. Yeah, see, no, my heart's not in it. Can't do it. That's a miasmic male with only one in contagion. Take it, but... There's no spoon, just panned. Ooh, this is interesting. Spell damage, all damage, move speed. On an amalgam with mage armor. Not chaos tiered, so I can leave it on the ground, but it was trying. What are that PLC 2 items with the bunnies? When you complete a Melda 4, Fatal. How far in the story I have to go to get drill respawn? I don't know. Just as a general rule, do one quest past Smut Azra. And then you're good. Also, don't farm drill. Like, boss farming in the story is such a ludicrous waste of time. It's always been a waste of time in Borderlands games, but like in this game, it's even more of a waste of time. Loot luck is based on character level and chaos tier, among other factors, like having all the loot dice, having all the shrines. At that point in the story, you won't have any of those things, and that affects dedicated drop rates too, so like, not only will your drill kills be slow, you won't get anything for them. And also, save quit farming a boss is a shitty gameplay loop. It's like, if you want to do it, go ahead, but I just think that's a waste of your time. Our bosses for XP. There's other ways of getting XP, though. Like, you get a lot from doing overworld encounters and side missions. Honestly, the DLCs are a great way of getting XP. You could do chums on difficulty 1 or 2 or 3 and do it very, very efficiently, very quickly, get a lot of XP that way. And it's faster than boss farming, unless you have the efficiency to farm Zomboss very, very quickly. That would win overall, but that's a Zomboss thing, not a global boss farming thing. If you were to farm, say, Drill or Parasite, it's still slow. Gotta bully him in the story where it frustrates the poo out of you in CC. I don't mind Drill. It's just his resists that, shake it up for some builds. And people ask for alternate ways of making bosses engaging and or tanky than immune phases. We got that in this game, they complained even louder. So, like, I'm inclined to just be like, fuck it. Live your best life, Drill, you know? Do I have health bug, or am I just cracked? Am I just getting really good contagion chains? I can't tell. Oh, if I had health bug, that enemy would be dead. Just really good contagion RNG right now. Cool. Oh, sorry, fire friend. Something I didn't consider is I've done a few runs. No, I don't have harvest though. Okay, we're good. I forgot I did spec out of that. Never mind. Yeah, this is just crack damage. I'll head out later. Also try a Phoenix. Yeah, we'll do Viper. You have a good one. Garlic Breath knocking enemies down on top of applying all these dots is just so nice. Like, I know Inflammation is fantastic on a contagion setup, but you have lower uptime, you can multitask less, and it's just not as satisfying. So Inflammation is great here. Especially with, like, my Blast Gasp investment and stuff. Like, if Inflammation was in Poison, yeah, probably easy. Bronco Buster. The fire version of Garlic Breath be Jalapeno Breath. Flamin' Hot Cheeto Breath. A lot of particle effects. My game tried to give up there. If you want to see next level silly. So the way the elemental damage altar works is it creates another instance of damage. So, huge contagion consistency just for taking that Dragon Breath. Like, first thing in the morning? Yeah. Yeah. Suppose I should check this one. Watch a movie right now? Nice. What movie? Taking that elemental damage alter is just literally 2 times effectiveness for this build. Taking 1. It's pretty amusing. Dark magic is called Morning Breath. Hey, look, chat. Look. Look. It's better than the Sawmill. Enemies can go wild's music to my ears. It's great. Look, it's better than a Sawmill. How? Because they gutted the Sawmill. And it makes me sad. Sawmill had a 33% damage nerf and 1 ammo cost shaved off of it, but that effectively lowered the DPS in almost every bracket to the point where it is now comparable to non-uniques. Except, you know what non-uniques have? Sawblade mult. So, like, So you can now have purples that are better than your Sawmill. Not to say those purples weren't already good, because they are, they're just very underutilized, but Sawmill kinda just got a big ol' nerf. Accidentally. They didn't mean to nerf it. They meant to rework it. It just kind of turned out to be a nerf. Little Shop of Horrors. Nice. Not familiar, but hope you enjoy it. How was that? Okay. Random explosion behind me. Cool. Yeah, Stone Swan. Pandemicium is one of the very few things that got me to consider using a Buffmeister, by the way. Because the idea of applying Buffmeister bonus element to Pandemicium for even more status chances sounds really fucking fun to me, but once again, Buffmeister moment, the spell does too much. I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want all the other things that would come with it. So I'd probably, like, if I was to do that, I'd save edit a shitty one. Like, I'd just remove the words from it. Only for just the bonus element? Yeah, if it was just the bonus element, I would use it without a shred of guilt in that. But it just does so much. And there's no configuration with the setup that I could use it where it wouldn't be problematic for me before anyone goes there. Pew would make my White Rider tick so much faster. Should be a lot more dots. Also, we got Drill. Yeah, that's a W. Zap would enhance my Garlic Breath a lot. Kachow would enhance my Blast Gasp and my Dark Hydrus a lot. And Bonk would help my Snake Sticks. So there's no way of me getting a Buffmeister that would be valid for me to use in my own personal taste. Someone got hoed? Yeah. Thankfully you didn't use Buffmeister because you're Shining Light and Garlic's Breath. Yeah, that's true. Garlic Breath is great here too, and it is also really good. I don't know how this will work out on Drill, honestly. Let's see. I feel like I need ads. But, like, we'll see. I'm taking up. I don't think he can kill me. I'm saying that's Sacrament. I don't think he can kill me. It requires me to cast in an intelligent manner, but... Give another element at least, right? It's buff and no status chance. That's what we're talking about. Like, it would be good because I want to use it because of the bonus element striker, but I am not personally okay with using it because of everything else it does. I don't want it to do those other things. This is just yet another reason why Buffmeister would be infinitely better balanced in this game if it was divided into 7 different spells. Because it does, depending on which words you get on it, up to like 9 different things in one spell. And any of those 9 different things are strong enough to warrant being an item unto itself. Sorry for the flashing lights here, chat. Those channel points in, everyone. How we doing towards the goal, Roddy? What's the goal for today? To stay on track and or ahead. I don't know why Garlic Breath makes those big purple explosions in this arena. It's very uncomfortable. Okay. Be okay out here. Yeah, if you space your Sanguine Sacrament, that's doable. I did not space my Sanguine Sacrament. Also, what was happening with that? Oh. It's like there's a wall in front of me. My White Rider is getting blocked by something. That was odd. Make more sigils with each aspect. Yeah. You know. It could have been just a bunch of different items. So there's something weird with Garlic Breath in this arena. See, that purple, I don't know why that's happening. That's like not part of the spell. There's some things that don't spawn properly in this arena. This might be one of them. Like Hammer and Anvil Ward doesn't work properly in here, for example. We got good Contagion RNG this time, though. Sorry, Drill. Stop attacking, you're phased. Go away. Oh, that might not have been a good plan. Okay, Dire Sacrifice into the bathwater is not the smartest play. Too much animation commitment. Yeah, I want to know why I'm glowing purple all the time in this arena now. I'm very curious. Quite 9k points. Nice. How you doing, Braun? That was a nice contagion. You could tell because I don't have cryo damage. Yeah, if enemies just kind of freeze and explode, contagion moment. Fake fan. It's okay, Sybil. No, I got you. The true fan. You could even say the only fan. He figured it out a while ago. It's true. Yeah, that run wasn't very efficient. I blame the death. Also me being bad. Sorry to censor my cat licking his asshole on cam. I don't know if that's TOS. I really love a mass spend option on bunnies. If this is gonna be the method going forward. Something they could, in theory, do. They could do some sort of crystal squish, like make crystal pulls cost less, and also make them like make fewer drop, but then adjust the rates so that you're getting fewer pulls for better stuff. Although that would have repercussions with things like purples. I don't know, maybe not. But it's just an idea. Spend all option. I'm pretty sure that would melt some consoles. Like, I doubt a PS4 could handle spitting that out at once, in all honesty. It's an Amnesia with 2 Thralls, 2 Hydras, movement speed, ability, damage, melee crit chance. No. But that on Amnesia is tempting, because you could go Reaper of Bones Amnesia, have Amnesia active. All that bonus damage, including the bonus element, is applying to your Hydras and your pets and stuff. I'll take it anyway. I'll try it. I talk myself into it. You need to stop doing that. More loot for the pile. Yeah, Carrion Core. How you doing? All damage dealt, the class mod. True. Sounds like a PS4 issue to me. Panda taking the classic approach of fuck 'em. Love to see it. Wish they made this room bigger, allow the loot to spread more. Yeah, if the bunnies shot outwards instead of inwards, it'd be easier to sort through. But that'd require a whole restructure. Alright, give me 1 second, chat. I got a PP% again. Hang on, BRB. Alright, I'm back. You know they put Pitbull in Wonderlands? Yeah, it's Mr. Worldwide. Alright, one more prediction. Let's go. Also a sneeze. Allergies. Ugh. Totally gonna grab the elemental damage altar again, because that was just funny. Hearing Pandemisium go off like that. Ooh, good job, Demi-Lich. Holy shit. That Hellish Blast applied a pretty good dot. Like, I almost wonder if that's a way to go with damage source companion builds. Just like Hellish Blast. Mimics on this map. I've never gotten this combination before. cool. Okay, so this is why the community featured, if the vote went the way I think it did, is gonna be a total meme. Because you had all these fucking Pixie players who were like, hey, you know, it'd be really funny if we just made everything mimics. And they're gonna be screaming their little heads off when they get the ones that are immune to everything except melee. So they end up, like, in this situation where you need to find the one you can damage. And they're gonna be so mad, and they did it to themselves. I'm so looking forward to it. Because, like, if you don't know, some mimics are immune to everything that isn't melee. Some aren't. And it's random which ones you get. So, like, you gotta hunt down the ones you can damage. And that's not very easy to do with the build archetype that plays the game for you. Fix all Graveborn's chunky stuff? Most of it. Harvest is still buggy, which is why I don't take it. Harvest would actually be really good on this build, but it's still buggy, so I don't take it. So once they successfully fix Harvest, which they attempted to do once, it just didn't work, then I look forward to using that. 3 blast gas. Nice. Pretty good at this game. Know how to reload and throw things. Yep. It do be like that. Also, yeah, last minute, get those points in for the challenge. If you haven't. For the community challenge. Yeah, we're at 41%. 20 days left. Yeah, that's definitely ahead. For now. Uninstalled Epic Launcher, removed 19 as and grid reinstalled because I lost my characters. It shouldn't have affected your characters. Period. Your saves folder should still be there. Tanky enemies. There we go. There's the case. Took a while to show up, but it did. Where's my elemental damage altar? I wants it. I wants the memes. There you are. No, it's spell damage. Never mind. Oh well. Love when you get multiple buffs out and buffs on one skill, once at 13 and 5 in skill, and I had more. I once had 21 in Rebuke. I've seen someone with 19 in magic bullets. 19 magic bullets is just terrifying to me. Holy cow, yeah, it's crazy. You can get some really good luck. I wonder if we'll get a featured where it's optimal to try to get things like that. Like, what if we got a featured where there's just a lot of butt stallion rooms? You can just... That's something I'll keep an eye out for. Hey, Victor, it's how you doing? Imagine 19 in Wrath of Nature. It's theoretically possible to get... You get, like, 4 in Alchemical Agent, which is funny. You can also get enough Contagion to make it guaranteed. It boosts in increments of 2. And at 8, it's 64%. So you can, in theory, get enough from Butt Sally to make Contagion guaranteed, which is as crazy as it sounds. Like, the entire map just starts getting deleted anytime you apply a dot. Feature where you pick from 3 bosses would be crazy. That'd be... yeah. Ascension stacks are just beautiful. They certainly are. Yeah, getting a huge buff to Ascension is really big. Because Ascension is the second largest source of spell damage in the game. Second only to Spell Weaving. So, buffing it is like, oof. Need 4 buffs to Contagion to believe. I believe to make guaranteed starting 6 out of 3. So yeah, Contagion in 4 rooms. That's only really gonna happen in, like, an extended run, where you take every Butt Stallion room and there's a lot of them. But it's possible. I'd love to see them continue to lean into, silly runs like that. Like, an all curses run, an all buffs run, stuff like that. An all curses run where every room has the Dragon Lord statue, and an all buffs run where every room has the Butt Stallion statue. An all Pigwort run, I'm down. Hey David, how you doing? Which shield melee weapon you run on your Ghost Blade? I run Snake Stick and currently Body Rune. It's a toss-up between Body Rune and Bad Egg, depending on situation and preference. But currently Snake Stick and Body Rune. And we got Zomboss. It's actually the first Zomboss I've gotten in quite some time. Just some of the state of the game's not great for me, although I still love it. See, I don't really agree there. State of the game is fine. It's... people have constantly said state of the game bad, state of the game bad, state of the game bad, until people start repeating it without knowing why they're saying it. Like, we're still getting weekly updates to this game. We've gotten 2 DLC drops, and we're expecting a 3rd within a week, so that's, like, doing something. We've been getting featured rollovers every week. We've been getting a different event every 1 to 2 weeks. Like, they're doing stuff. So keep that kind of thing in mind. There's a lot of people saying they have to do something, but they are, though. I don't like that the communities are using that kind of language. Like, people will literally show up on hotfix day, be like, dead game, fucking 2 hours after they changed it. The game, like, why don't we start on that? A lot more stuff than most games get. Be thankful they update or pushing out content steadily. Yeah, like, they're still very hands-on with this game. We've not gotten all the promised content, and based on how the game did financially, and how its predecessor, Borderlands 3, handled additional content, it's not unlikely that we get, like, more content announced at some point if the fandom shuts the fuck up and waits for it. I think I missed content to do, only Chambers doesn't hook me. Well, you see, that's the thing. Content to do, this is your personal preference. This is not, there's no content. People are conflating those two things. Chaos Chamber alone is more content than the entire previous series combined. It's more. Sorry. It's more. If Chambers aren't for you, then yeah, maybe you feel like there's not a lot of things to do. But Chamber itself is a varied activity that has more content than the previous games. It's just more. Never looked up in the chamber? Yeah, there's a lot of cool environmental details in this game. I want to build around these hooligans. You can get ×3 Skulldugger ARs, I think. I haven't run a DPS calc on them, but they seem promising. I gotta try that out. I keep forgetting. Big skull and stuff, yeah. It looks really cool. Like, this is a partially outdoor room. Like, it looks pretty. There's windows and that. It's a cool area. Well, if they're doing featured with like more base options always available, assume they'll probably do that at some point. Just takes time and patience. Right. Something that people continue to fail to do, despite the fact that these same people are constantly comparing to Borderlands. They won't compare to the appropriate point in time. Like, 1, this game isn't Borderlands. 2, compare month 3 Wonderlands to, I don't know, let's go month 3 Borderlands 2. I don't think I need to say any more there. Month 3 Borderlands 3 to month 3 Wonderlands. So month 3 BL3, we had just gotten Maliwan Takedown. Bloody Harvest went away during month 3. We just gotten DLC 1 in month 3. So, still, not that much content variety. Happy with people not liking the content, say there's no content that's wrong. Exactly. There's a difference. There's a difference. And I'm not saying anyone here is doing that kind of thing, but it's an important subject to touch on. MAM 4 was then? Yeah, MAM 4 was in month 2. Or month 3, technically, depending on how you count. So, if we count release month, next month, month after, then Maliwan Takedown and stuff was month 3. If we count months post-release, if we go into month 4, then that's when DLC 1 comes in. So if we go September, October, November, it's Maliwan Takedown, Mayhem 4. DLC 1 had not happened yet. If we go for Wonderlands, release month, March, even though it was at the end, then we go April, then we go May, then Wonderlands wins. So if you go April, May, June for Wonderlands versus September, October, November for BL3, Wonderlands still wins. You'd have to go October, November, December for it to even look like BL3 has more content at that point in its life, which is comparing 4 months versus 3. So, like, there's not even a disingenuous point of comparison you can make in good faith at all to say that Wonderlands has less content than the other games at this point in its life. Now, if Wonderlands keeps the same content it has right now, 3 years from now, then sure, you can say that. But it's not 3 years from now, it's right now. It's +3 Wrath of Nature on this. It's volatile. Panamecian. Hey, Curse, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. A lot of people on the platform could have spent it on, and you chose to support me. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoy the perks, emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. And thanks for the conversation. I do appreciate that. Seeing people complain about balance and always feeling weak kind of gets to me too. Like, there are seriously broken items in this game that let you do any content. That's before even examining good real builds. Right, Jester. And
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
there's a very pointed lack of self-awareness. I'm trying to figure out a nice way to say it. It's like, in a game with this many build options, and this many very visibly overpowered things that people flock to before you even get to, as Jester said, the good stuff. People feeling like nothing's good and the game balance is terrible, like, at what point do you realize it's you? I assume they don't ever, but like, at what point? Never played Souls games? I don't think Souls games and Lands games are at all comparable in any serious way. Like Yoshi. But to answer, no, they don't play other games. They play Borderlands where the enemies don't fight back and fall over, and they don't even play the gameplay in that game. They'll just play the loading screens. And then complain when anything's different. So, you're not incorrect. Saw a comment saying farming sucks because Chaos Chambers are repetitive, and it's literally the best farming, least repetitive content. They were internal. Yeah, like, people say Chaos Chambers repetitive. I'm like, okay, explain to me how the randomizer with 70 different rooms, if you include boss rooms and DLC, that it can pull from. 70. Exactly 70. Explain how the randomizer, with randomized bonus objectives, randomized enemy sets, randomized, access to the 4 hidden raid bosses. Explain how that is more repetitive than skull-fucking Savage Lee in 5 seconds and then save quitting to do it again. There's no argument. Like, it's not reality. Let's go one more run. I'm feeling one more. We'll run the prediction again. And then in terms of farming, Chaos Chamber is the most intuitive farming they've done. The part set is identical to Borderlands 3's part set with the addition of Chaos Tiers. So if you think that Borderlands 3 was too generous, but you have a problem with Wonderlands, you're full of shit. Because it's the same, but all the feedback of, hey, drop's too generous, they're like, oh, okay, we'll drop less. And they're like, wait, hang on, farming sucks now. Like, you asked for this. You literally asked for this. Which is what makes it so entertaining to me when you'll see some very high-profile people who, while not playing Borderlands 3, complained about the farming until it got made even worse, and then didn't come back to play the results of those complaints. And then they'll still go on about how bad it is in Wonderlands, while complaining about how Wonderlands farming is bad. I'm like, so you just don't like anything, do you? Is the takeaway there. So I'll do the math for how many different chaos runs you can get. That'd be funny. I should do that. I should do that calculation. Because 70 different rooms, which is 12 distinct bosses. 2 of those bosses having 4 forms, but they're not different rooms. So if you include the individual forms of bosses, then that adds another 6. So let's call them 18 different boss encounters across 12 different rooms. and then you have 58 different mobbing rooms with 5 or 6 different bonus objectives. And I can't even tell you how many enemy sets because there's so many. There's some that you rarely even see. Like, you can get rooms of entirely one enemy. So it'll be like the bomber goblins or the bomber skeletons. You get one of just flaming skeletons. You can get several different kinds of just mimics. You can get skelecrabs. You can get all leather wyverns, I believe. You can get all mushrooms. And then there's, you know, normal enemy configurations. Like, I don't know if it's even quantifiable. I don't know if we have the data on which rooms exist. People don't know what they want, they only know what they don't want. They don't want other people to enjoy things, when that's what it is. They want carte blanche to complain about shit. Do it, just throw it at people who say it's repetitive. They don't look at numbers, not a speed. When people were complaining about the ring balancing hotfix, I used actual math and I tweeted out my entire calculation of how it doesn't fucking mean anything, and the buff's actually more impactful than the nerfs. And it did okay on Twitter. It could have blown up more, but someone went and posted it to the subreddit, and they got downvoted. Their karma got fucking nuked for them using my post with permission. Like, because people don't like the numbers. They just like to complain. The thing I can say is there are less activities to do, it's way less repetitive since so far there's only the Chaos Chamber, while in BO3 the 4 type of activities are all more repetitive. At this point in BO3's life, we had Proving Grounds, which no one was doing at the time, because the gameplay difficulty to reward ratio to actual content it wasn't there yet. Proving Grounds didn't get to a point where people actually did them until way later. Circles of Slaughter, which at the time you had no reason to do Creature Slaughter. And most people just decided not to do Slaughter Star. I was weird and I did both Slaughter Star and Slaughter Tap. And then you had Maliwan Takedown, came out in month 3. That was it. $9,440,350,000. Wait. 9,440,350,920. 9 billion, Al? Nice. Is that with, just the rooms? Like, I know you said not enemies or bonus objectives. Like, is there anything else factored in there? Or is that just the room variation? Math is lie, math is fantasy, burn math at the stake. Certainly feels that way sometimes. Wonderland's not Borderlands. If it was, it'd be called Borderlands. People need to stop comparing. Yeah, it is tiring. Like, when you have literal Gearbox and 2K employees being like, hey, this isn't Borderlands, and then people will be like, oh, anyway, so this is the worst Borderlands game. Like, what? It's not, though. It's not, though. It's not a Borderlands game. It's something new. If they wanted it to be Borderlands, they would have fucking named it Borderlands and made it Borderlands. It's not. It's exhausting, really, is it? So is. Just the 70 rooms. I'll have to do some research. I want to see how many enemy sets there are, and then account for bonus objectives. Like, how far do we go with this, chat? I'd say including, like, skull containers is a little disingenuous. Altar buffs, a little disingenuous, you know. That total doesn't include enemy type variation, doesn't include mini-boss variation. I think we should include access to aspect bosses. You could call that individual configuration, so it could be like just one of each, and then just pairs, and then having all three together plus the maker is another one. This calculation could get very entertaining. Might spend some time working on this. I'd refer to it as a Borderlands game if I was talking to people who would play the game, never played the game, but are aware of Borderlands being a game. Too confusing to explain how it isn't a Borderlands game otherwise. I mean, you literally just explained that in, like, more words than you needed. You could be like, hey, this is a spin-off. It's using the same core DNA as Borderlands, but it's it's different enough that they named it something different for creative reasons. Like, it's like Borderlands, but not Borderlands, so they didn't call it Borderlands. That's what I do. I tend to use more words than needed. Yeah, I think you're selling yourself short. Like, let's flip this on its head. You think people would lose their shit if it was called Borderlands? It didn't have sirens, vaults, you know, that stuff, because it doesn't have that stuff. I think people would have complained about that if it had been called Borderlands. Hey, remember when they announced Izzy was, like, the bartender, and then the BL2 corner of the fandom lost their shit saying, "Where's Moxie?" You remember that? They can't even do that without blowback. They can't show a new character who has the same occupation as an existing character without the nostalgia gamers losing their collective marbles. Like, maybe we should stop catering to those people. They're not reasonable. Imelda again. 0 out of 10 main villain isn't Handsome Jack. Moxie doesn't fit a teen game too well. It makes perfect sense as well. Just take 30 seconds to think about it. But that's the thing, Swin. You're a reasonable person who takes time to think before you say things. They're not. Either they're not, or they are people who are counting on the people listening to them not being reasonable. Lands community currently has a huge issue with some creators deciding to weaponize their fan bases for toxic reasons. It is something that's been happening for a while, but it got so much worse during Wonderland cycle. I fucking hate it. It makes us all look bad. I don't like being lumped in the same category as these people. Also, Chaos Chamber Imelda sucks for another reason. You get healing barrels in her actual arena, you don't get them in the Chaos Chamber. Okay, bye. I do love the PLC adds more to the chambers. There's a lot of variety. I did feel like 3 or 4 of the same rooms came up super often. Confirmation bias, honestly, Swin. Like, How do you provide an objective metric on that? I've seen people say that multiple times, and I'm not gonna say I haven't felt the same way on occasion, but like, how do you prove that? What's your sample size? And which rooms is it? And like, at the end of the day, RNG is RNG, and sometimes RNG is super fucking weird. Like, we got 2 of the same exact ring at Primordial with the same passives in the same order, back-to-back runs today. It was the weirdest thing. Sometimes RNG is cursed. A few thousand versus, what was it, 7 billion? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly. We got the good part combo again here, but still not chaos tiered. Brennan, what's your educational background, undergrad? I actually never finished my undergrad degree. I went 2 years, and then I was in a position where I had a lot of life stuff happening, and I wisely chose to stop throwing money at something that I probably wasn't going to be able to finish. So I went and I stopped doing that, and I got into the working world after that. I do have a background in teaching, though. Taught martial arts for a lot of years, and then did some social work after I stopped going to school. So I suppose talking to people and using statistics and things like that is something that's second hand to me, second nature. Made it easy to get into streaming. Number of room permutations is the same as math as deck of cards. Reminds me of the fact that someone said, if you're on the creator team, you can't talk bad about Wonderlands. Immediately, like, are you kidding me? So there's the thing. Obviously, if you are under contract to be part of an official team representing a product, you can't just fling your shit at the walls. Or you shouldn't. It doesn't stop some people from doing it. But like, obviously you have a certain relationship with the company and stuff. Yeah, that's a given. But it's not like I'm not allowed to say, hey, this system in the game, I'd like this to be changed. Like, I can do that. I'm gonna harp on this because I feel like people aren't comprehending the math here. Aren't comprehending in which direction, Peter? The magnitude of how much variance that is? Being highballed or lowballed? Ex-teachers? Hey. Like minds. Rob and Mike. It's criticism and then there's bashing. Exactly, Beesneys, exactly. Bashing is done without the intent of being constructive. And also from a toxic angle, not supporting it with, you know, facts or statistics or any sort of positive outlook. Criticism usually tends to be much more valid. Lowball, it's actually fucking insane. It is. Like, the amount of variation you can get on a Chaos Chamber run is enough that you could just never see the same room twice. Never see the same run twice. The same exact run. You could get a 1 ever, and you could put in the number of hours that someone who plays it professionally like me does, and never see the same room again. I'm gonna break 1,000 hours in this game, probably tomorrow, on Epic Game Store launcher alone. That doesn't include my pre-launch time, and like, I'm seeing lots of runs that I've not seen before. There's a lot of variation in this game. I like it. Yeah, I'm probably gonna dive into that calc of room variance plus aspect boss variance plus bonus objective variance. That'll probably be a project for me at some point in the next few days. because I'm very curious about that number. You would mathematically, literally, without hyperbole, never play the same run permutation in trillions of universe life cycles. Ignoring outliers in luck, right? Day they add a way to spread the loot out in this room would be a great day. Yeah, the vendors helped a lot. They added some vendors there. You can sell items too, so it helps your money income. They also have fixed featured items every week. 3 of them, so that's really cool too. The vendors were a huge quality of life step for the chamber, and I'm glad they did that. Just a way to declutter as well would be nice. But I'm patient. I'm a big boy. I can wait. I don't know if I'm running the featured run. I'm getting the same room all the time. Nice. Well played. Well played. Anyway, okay. I think that's a good stopping point for today. Thank you guys so much for coming by. I had fun with today's stream. I appreciate you guys. We had some really good conversations, and I love diving into the math and stats and stuff. I think we may need a hold option in the future to toss unwanted items aside. Take me 10 minutes to look through all those items that are in very interface. Yeah, Cult of Dionysus. It's very time-consuming. Very time-consuming to sort through anything inventory-related, and the UI is not one of this game's strong suits. So hopefully, with time, they improve quality of life there. But yeah, you guys are awesome. So tomorrow, I'm not streaming, but tomorrow I am making an appearance on a new podcast hosted by, you might know him, Alec the Cleric. Who's a great guy, great content creator. You might know him from his streaming or from he's K6's editor. He does lots of cool stuff. So I'll be doing a show appearance with him. I'll follow on Twitter and join the Discord for more info about that. I gotta amplify on socials and stuff. So that'll be tomorrow night, but I won't be streaming. Next stream will be on Monday, and we'll do more Wonderland stuff. Hopefully I'll be able to make a bigger dent in my builds backlog. There's so many things I want to test, like that Trick Mirror Deathless thing. I might do some off-stream farming to make more progress towards that, because gating it behind actually getting drops on stream is making it take a while. So we'll see. Let me find somewhere for us to go, raid-wise. What's it called? It's called the Temple Confessional. Lazy's doing his Wonderlands thing. BZK and Ruka are on BL3. Tweety's on Tarkov. Now you know where we're going. Keep the Wonderlands love going. But yeah, you guys are great. Thank you for all the love and support. Thanks for getting your points in for the challenge. We are at 41% for the community challenge. So you're keeping pace. You're keeping pace. We'll see how that does on Monday. Keep in mind, you still lose a day, even when I'm not live. It counts actual days, not stream days. But yeah, enough gratitude and stuff. Thank you guys. Bye.